Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 9:26 a.m. on Thursday, May 29th, 2025. We are conducting this hearing in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually on the DC Council's website and YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety is oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services in the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee begins its review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan for the agencies under its purview. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following three agencies today. First, the Department of Forensic Sciences. Second, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And third, Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. We'll first hear from the Department of Forensic Sciences, otherwise known as DFS. The department's mission is to provide high quality, timely, accurate, unbiased, transparent, and reliable forensic science services to district and other law enforcement and investigative agencies with the overarching goal of enhancing public safety. The department works to accomplish this mission through its three core divisions. First, the Forensic Science Laboratory, which undertakes independent scientific examinations and analysis on behalf of district government and federal agencies that have submitted physical evidence to the agency. This evidence may include fingerprints, firearms, ammunition, blood, and tissue samples. Second, the Public Health Laboratory, which undertakes testing of biological and chemical samples that relate to public health and safety, including naturally occurring or man-made infectious agents, chemical agents, and environmental specimens that may be responsible for human illness or death. And third, the Crime Scene Sciences Division, which undertakes the collection, analysis, processing, and preservation of evidence found at or associated with the crime scene, as well as intake, stewardship, and transfer of such evidence to our public safety agencies. By testing evidence and providing expert testimony in the furtherance of justice, DFS plays a critical role in the district's public safety ecosystem. The mayor's proposed FY 2026 operating budget allocates approximately $31 million for DFS, which reflects a decrease of 4.9 million or 13.8% from last year. DFS has done a terrific job of obtaining reaccreditation of the forensic science laboratories, forensic biology, forensic chemistry, and latent fingerprint divisions, as well as remaining certified for its crime scene sciences division and public health laboratory. I look forward to discussing today with Dr. Diaz how we can ensure that this budget allows DFS to gain and maintain full accreditation on the fastest possible timeline. That also will be sustainable. I also want to know how this budget will support DFS work to fulfill its core mission and ensure adequate staffing levels. I'm concerned about some of the proposed reductions in DFS's budget across its core programs, including a $926,000 or 8.8% reduction for its crime scene sciences services, a $3.1 million reduction for forensic laboratory services, and a $261,000 reduction for public health laboratory services. I look forward to discussing whether the proposed reduction in contractual services suggests the agency may be moving more services in-house and whether the agency will have sufficient resources to continue to provide more in-house services next year. We'll then move on to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, or OCME. OCME is an important part of our ecosystem. The agency investigates all deaths in the district that occur as a result of violence, as well as those that occur unexpectedly without medical attention and custody or pose a threat to public health. OCME provides forensic services to government agencies, healthcare providers, and citizens of the DC metropolitan area to ensure that justice is served and to improve the health and safety of all in the public. The fatality review committees that OCME oversees are responsible for reviewing the circumstances of the deaths of individuals with certain populations, including their interaction with DC government services. Those review committees then provide analysis and recommendations to the public and district entities serving the defined populations so they can address systemic problems and provide better service. The mayor's proposed FY 2026 budget provides OCME with approximately $16.2 million, which reflects about a 3.4% increase over last year with no additional FTEs. The budget reflects a decrease in special purpose revenue funds by about $20,000 in non-personnel services, as well as reductions to its agency management costs. The mayor proposes an increased investment in the death investigations and certification programs overall, with increases across the board to forensic investigations, pathology support services, and histology. Most notably, the agency's forensic pathology program has been increased by $548,000. There are some cuts, however, with reductions in mortuary services by $12,000 and to the fatality review committees by $64,000. For OCME's operating budget, there's been a 59.6% reduction. So I want to understand what this impact will be on agency operations. The district continues to suffer from opioid deaths and gun violence fatalities, and it's critical that OCME have the resources they need to complete examinations in a timely fashion so that family members and law enforcement can receive crucial information. As always, I want to explore avenues for creative budgeting and support more education, training, and professional development for OCME, as well as to continue to invest more in resources for funeral support services that sadly too many of our district residents need support with. Last year, I mentioned at the oversight hearing for OCME that I remain committed to ensuring that the district remains at the pioneering leading edge of LGBTQIA+ issues, and I'm hoping the agency will have a progress update on its efforts to account for transgender, gender diverse, and gender expansive decedents. Last, we will turn to fire and emergency medical services, otherwise known as fire and EMS, whose mission is to preserve life and promote health and safety through excellent pre-hospital treatment and transportation, fire prevention, fire suppression and rescue activities, and homeland security awareness. The mayor's proposed FY26 budget provides fire and EMS with approximately $370 million, or a 0.1% increase over last year. Look forward to discussing with the chief today about how this proposed budget will impact the life and safety of our firefighters, services provided to residents, and maintenance of the department's fleets and facilities. I'm pleased to see continued investments in capital improvements, modernizations, and renovations of our firehouse that must operate 24/7. Additionally, I'm glad to see funding allocated to replacing the fireboat so that the district can provide world-class emergency response in all areas of the city, including in our waterways. I'll be interested to hear whether the proposed budget will continue to support transportation, workforce, and technology needs for this agency. I'm curious how the executive proposes to realign certain funding streams through internal efficiency measures, and I'll be keen to hear about the proposed budget to support the agency's needs for facilities and equipment. These first responders are working extremely hard every day, and it's important that they have safe equipment and materials to wear, as well as safe facilities to serve out of. We're first going to hear from our public witnesses today and then from our government witnesses. As usual, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. We will begin with our first agency, the Department of Forensic Sciences, and I will invite our first public witness to testify. Is Robert Vincent Branham here? Okay. Well then, Dr. Diaz, you're up. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And if you have anyone on your team joining you, I'll ask that you also introduce your name and position for the record, please, with the microphone turned on. Start with you, Dr. Love.
Good morning, Dr. Jennifer Love, Chief Science Officer, Department of Forensic Sciences.
Good morning, Gretchen Brumley, Chief Operating Officer, Department of Forensic Sciences.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Robinson Graham, and I'm the Cluster Budget Director for Public Safety and Justice.
Wonderful. Thank you
Morning,
all.
Chairwoman Pinto. I'm Francisco Diaz, Interim Director for the Department of Forensic Sciences.
Great. Thank you and welcome. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn your microphone on again, if it's a red, there we go, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Dr. Diaz, if you have any opening statement you'd like to make, I invite you to do so now.
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, esteemed council members, and dedicated staff of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Dr. Francisco Diaz, serving as the Interim Director of the Department of Forensic Sciences, DFS. I am honored to appear before you today on behalf of the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser to present and discuss the proposed fiscal year 2026 for DFS. The mayor's budget proposal, Grow DC, makes investment that are strategic, prudent, and focused on growing the district's economy, right-sizing spending, and investing in shared priorities. The DFS budget proposals align seamlessly with this objective, positioning our agency to continue serving as a cornerstone of public safety and health protection in the nation's capital. DFS stands as a critical component in protecting the health and safety of district residents, visitors, and stakeholders. Our comprehensive mission encompasses providing high-quality, timely, accurate, and reliable forensic science services that utilize industry best practices and cutting-edge technology. We maintain an unwavering focus on unbiased science and transparency, working toward achieving our goal of enhancing public health and safety through the district. As a consolidated forensic and public health agency, DFS provides essential services to a diverse array of partners, including law enforcement agencies, local and national healthcare organizations, and investigative bodies. These partnerships enable us to provide comprehensive forensic science that support criminal investigation, public health initiative, emergency response efforts, and specialized scientific analysis that protects our community. I am proud to report that DFS has achieved remarkable success in maintaining and expanding our operational capabilities. Most notably, we successfully completed the reaccreditation of the Forensic Science Laboratory, including forensic biology, forensic chemistry, and latent fingerprint division. Additionally, we successfully maintained critical certification for our public health laboratory and continue providing essential services through Crime Scene Sciences Division. These accomplishments reflect the dedication and expertise of our staff, who consistently demonstrate their commitment to scientific excellence and public service. The mayor's FY26 operating budget for DFS totals $31 million and supports 223 full-time employees, representing a strategic investment in our human capital and operational capabilities. The proposed capital budget allocation of $2 million brings our total FY26 budget proposal to $33 million, ensuring we have the resources necessary to maintain our equipment, technology, and infrastructure. Our operating budget consists of 3 distinct funding components that reflects the diverse nature of our work. The local budget represents $20.5 million and funds 214 FTEs, providing the foundation of our core operations. Federal grants funding contributes $602,000, while private grants funding totals $968,000 and supports 9 additional FTEs. With support of this budget, we will be able to ensure a qualified workforce through continued professional development. We will maintain our National Accreditation Board, clinical laboratory improvement amendments through CLIA certification and other mandatory certifications, while continue to meet the statutory mandates established by the Department of Forensic Science Act of 2011. The Forensic Science Laboratory serves as the scientific backbone of our operations, providing comprehensive examinations and analysis of physical evidence to district government agencies and neighboring federal partners. I'm pleased to report significant progress across all of our forensic operations during the current fiscal year. Our most significant achievement has been the initiation of in-house testing capability within FSL, marking a transformative shift in our operational capacity. This improvement have generated remarkable efficiency gains, most notably the complete elimination of our CODIS backlog, a milestone that significantly enhances our ability to support criminal investigations. Additionally, we now conduct the majority of forensic chemistry unit routine casework in-house, outsourcing only possible heroin quantitation cases during the second quarter. The latent fingerprint unit successfully initiated casework in the second quarter following our reaccreditation, representing a critical restoration of an essential forensic capability. Year to date in FY25, FSL has received 1,700 service requests from our stakeholders, including the Metropolitan Police Department, U.S. Attorney's Office, Office of the Attorney General. Our team has performed nearly 400 CODIS database entries and over 800 APHIS database entries, while processing nearly 200 syringe surveillance samples that support public health initiatives. Our scientific expertise has gained significant recognition within the professional forensic science community. The LFU manager represented our organization by presenting at the National and International Association for Identification conferences, sharing our methodologies and findings with peers nationwide. Furthermore, we submitted 9 research abstracts to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which took place in Baltimore in this past February. These presentations highlight our team's valuable contribution to the advancement of forensic sciences, knowledge, and practice. The readiness and capability of our forensic biology unit was demonstrated when our team responded to the American Airlines Flight 4821 mid-air collision this past January 29th. Initially, our dedicated scientists analyzed 45 samples within 72 hours, enabling the Office of Medical Examiner to reassociate human remains and return victims to their loved ones in a timely and dignified manner. Forensic Biology Unit continued to analyze samples rapidly throughout February and April in support of OCME operations, ultimately receiving and processing 84 samples for DNA analysis related to this tragic incident. To sustain tremendous operational gains and continue supporting the district public safety needs, the FY26 budget includes continued funding for our forensic scientists and allocates $627,000 for agency-wide professional development. This investment supports the maintenance of our accreditation standards and ensures optimal capability as our labs advance in-house testing and analysis capability. The public health laboratory serves as a critical component of the district public health infrastructure, providing essential testing of biological and chemical samples that directly relate to public health and safety concerns. Our capabilities encompass testing for infectious disease, hazardous chemicals, biological contamination, and specialized analysis for potential biological or chemical terrorist attacks. During the current fiscal year, our lab has performed nearly 10,000 clinical and surveillance tests, demonstrating the breadth and depth of our public health support capabilities. Our laboratory provides critical testing support to district hospitals for 13 cases relating to recent missiles exposure at DC area airports, demonstrating our rapid response capabilities during public health emergency. We also provided essential testing support for 16 suspected Candida species cases and continue to provide comprehensive Mpox testing for the district, ensuring our healthcare partners have the scientific support they need to protect public health. Currently, PHLs is working in collaboration with CDC to support additional testing and surveillance efforts across the United States. Under the mayor's proposed FY26 budget, the Public Health Lab will strategically reduce its reliance on grant funding and move forward toward long-term sustainability of critical laboratory services. The budget provides $875,000 to fund essential lab resources required for comprehensive testing capabilities. Crime Scene Sciences. The Crime Scene Science Division carries the crucial responsibility for the collection, analysis, processing, and preservation of evidence found at crime scenes throughout the district. This work proved critical to solving crimes and supporting successful prosecution that enhanced public safety and delivered justice to victims and their families. During the first 2 quarters of FY25, we processed 2,372 crime scenes, collecting 25,831 pieces of evidence for preservation and subsequent testing. The mayor's FY '26 budget provides essential support for current staffing levels and operations. The mayor proposed FY '26 capital improvement plan allocation of $2 million provides critical funding to ensure that our agency maintains the sophisticated instruments and equipment required for testing, analysis, public health lab operations, and the robust information technology infrastructure necessary to support a technology-forward agency. In closing, I would like to reiterate the mayor's FY '26 budget, Grow DC, makes investment in public safety and health focus on growing the district's economy, right-sizing spending, and investing in shared priorities. I would like to thank Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, and Deputy Mayor Apia and their staff for being a great partners for our agency. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and your staff for the continued oversight and support for our Department of Forensic Sciences. And finally, I will be remiss if I don't mention the 223 people that work for the Department of Forensic Sciences that work every single day very hard. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Diaz, for being here and to your team. And I'll add my thanks to all of the hardworking folks at DFS who do crucial work that's often behind the scenes and that is integral to our city being safe. So thank you to you and to all of them. I want to start with an understanding of where we are with the federal grants. You just touched on this a little bit in your testimony, but the budget shows that there's an $875,000 backfill for the public health lab to replace federal funds that are no longer being received. Which federal funds or grants are no longer available this year that we were previously receiving that we're going to need to backfill for?
I will defer to Ms. Brumley, but before she answers, I will give you one quick example. We have 3 or 4 positions for the public health lab through a grant of the Department of Health and Human Services, federal. And those positions were cut. However, just yesterday, they were restored until they were supposed to be terminated unexpectedly by tomorrow or Saturday, the 31st of May. However, the Department of Health and Human Services gave us a breather until the end of the fiscal year. And that's an example of how perilous the situation is with vis-a-vis federal grants. And with that, Ms. Brumley.
And sorry, just to follow up to that, what were those positions for?
Those positions are critical because they were what we call BioWatch. So what they do is surveillance of emerging threats in the area. And it's worth of note that we collaborate not only, obviously, we are district bound, but also with the surrounding jurisdictions in that effort.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. And so to follow up to what Dr. Diaz is saying, those reductions that you see were in our interagency agreements. And so these are federal public health grants that flow to the Department of Health. And we receive through interagency agreement laboratory funding. And so, as you know, many of those COVID grants have sunset, and there are other grants that are CDC funded that are sunsetting, for which we are an interagency recipient.
So that you found out yesterday that you'll get those federal dollars. So does that mean that the 875,000 backfill can now be used for something else?
So I just want to add some clarity to that. What we found out yesterday is that we're going to get a no-cost extension on the current year grant through September 30th, but we still don't have a path forward for the coming fiscal year for FY '26. So what we understand is that they're discussing rearranging this collaborative, but we have no commitment for FY '26. So we only have an extension through September 30th.
Okay. Was that addressed in the supplemental before we knew about the no cost extension?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So one of the things that we talked about during performance oversight, as you know, is very important to me and to our operations is DNA testing. And one of the pieces of Secure DC looked at how we can better analyze DNA evidence earlier, which will help especially in repeat sexual assault cases. What is DFS's progress on handling this testing, and how much is it going to cost to better operationalize and bring some of this DNA testing in-house?
Yes, it's going to cost because basically it's about impaneling a whole different lab. I think Dr. Love has the expertise to talk about that particular effort.
And Dr. Love, as you're discussing that, can you also give me an update on the DOJ DNA backlog program? I think it's called the Fiscal Year 2019 Forensic DNA Backlog Reduction Program as a grant you all received from DOJ.
Yes, yes. So in terms of the backlog reduction grant, we do have funds available to us that we have secured, and they remain available to us. Those funds are currently being used for outsourcing, and there is a plan to use them to hire new individuals to bring on board. So that money is still available for this fiscal year. And yes, we feel it's secure.
Okay, and how will that work in practice?
So it
Like, when you
current,
say bring on somebody, do you mean to?
we will hire new analysts. So there is funding there to
Okay.
to hire new FTEs. So bring analysts on board to help build our capacity. And there is funding that is allocated for outsourcing at this time.
So what's the distinction between what will be done in-house for this new person who's coming on board versus what you outsource for DNA testing?
So there is no distinction in terms of the type of testing. So it's just as allows us to build our capacity to do more DNA testing in-house. So whether it goes outsources or is done in-house, there's any testing could be done in either situation. It's just a matter of being able to handle the total requests. Does that make sense?
So is there a general threshold, like up to a certain amount of cases, you handle them in-house, and then once you surpass that threshold, you outsource them?
Right. So it's based on the number of requests and our contracts with our outsourcing laboratories. So we have an established number of how many cases that we can assign an analyst each month. So each analyst handles a specific number of casework. Then we know our contracts allow us to outsource a specific amount of casework. And so we assign the maximum we can in-house, and then we assign the additional out to outside laboratories. And then anything else becomes part of our backlog if we're not able to handle the complete request. So yes.
Have you seen the average amount of cases that you all are handling for DNA processing on a monthly basis increase or decrease or remain steady over the last year?
It remains relatively steady, yes.
Interesting. And what is the volume on an annual basis of the DNA testing?
Ooh, that number I don't have off the top of my head, but I can get, you know what? I'm gonna have that text to
Okay,
me right now.
thank you.
I'll be able to give you that actual number.
And then I understand the kind of breakdown-ish of how we handle things internally versus externally, but is there a best practice from a cost savings perspective or from an accuracy perspective of what you would like to get the department to do? Should we be handling all of this in-house, or should we be handling all of it
Yeah.
externally?
So ideally, we would handle all of it in-house. By handling it all of in-house, it provides a lot of flexibility for us to serve our customers. We can expedite some cases if needed. You know, we have that flexibility to kind of coordinate our testing. What is required is, of course, to build the number of analysts that we have so that we can complete all of the testing all the testing requests. And we do have national data that guides us on how much testing is realistic for each analyst, which does take into consideration human factors, right? You don't want to overstress your analyst, creating more opportunity for error. So that's our guidance for how we assign our testing.
And I think it's for context, Madam Chairman, I think it's important to know that once the forensic biology unit was accredited, we were intentional in getting the CODIS backlog first. And I will take the fault and the blame that in this late January, I redirected the efforts of the forensic biology unit towards the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. That was a work that was finalized 2 weeks ago. And at the risk of being too graphic, basically our intention was every biological specimen that was recovered from the river, we match with decedents. Some of them have, the person had 10, 15, 20 biological specimens attached to them that were recovered throughout the process of the weeks. So the whole forensic biology unit was redirected into that effort because it was our opinion or our decision that that was a meritorious effort to have completion and closure for the families. So I would say since January 30, open 2 weeks ago, the forensic biology units were nearly completely dedicated to that endeavor.
Okay, that makes sense. I would not describe that as assigning fault or blame to you, but a terrible situation and did what you had to do. So thank you for that.
It is, and it's also worth mentioning that because of our forensic biology unit's effort, we were able to achieve the fastest scientific identification of decedents in a mass incident casualty event in the United States.
Wow. Thank you. So the budget reflects a $3 million decrease in contractual services. What services are those referring to, and will those be offset for additional in-house services, or will there be a reduction in something that we're handling now?
We are accredited and reaccredited. Accreditation is a continuing effort. So I would like to say that we have 5 accreditations and reaccreditation. Every December now, we get the assessment. Our goal is to have nearly everything in-house. Only when the human capability gets exceeded, we plan to outsource. So having so many different units and the right human resource, scientific resource, I think we are in a position to have in-house testing as much as possible. The time has come for that effort, and that would be our goal in the next 18 months, to have as much of the testing done in-house.
Okay, and that will be across units?
Yes.
Speaking of reaccreditation, what is our current status for all of our units?
We are accredited in the forensic biology unit, December of 2023, reaccredited in December of 2024. Forensic chemistry unit accredited in December of 23, reaccredited in December of 2024. And latent fingerprints, which is now called friction-rich specialty.
Sorry, friction
Friction-rich.
ridge.
They were assessed in December and accredited in January of 2025. Yesterday, even though you haven't asked, but I will tell you, we had the meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board, and it was suggested to try to have a program to reconstitute firearms. If you recall from our performance hearings, we said that we were waiting for the report of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It is the opinion of the Scientific Advisory Board to start now and then make adjustments. So we will have a plan for implementation to reconstitute that unit. We have the pledge of federal agencies that are willing to help. It will take sometimes from the reconstitution hiring, training, standard operating procedures, and then assessment and accreditation.
Do you agree with that recommendation?
I do. We wanted to be intentional and not try to do everything at the same time. But I think the time has come, taking into account the success in the assessments and the accreditations. I think that we can dedicate our efforts to that area. Members of the Scientific Advisory Board that have expertise have suggested several steps into what could be done into hiring the analyst with enough experience and how to make it successful for a possible, not a possible, for an assessment within a prudent amount of time.
Okay. A lot was going on yesterday for the agency.
Indeed.
Big updates. And where do things stand on the crime scene division?
Crime scene division has always been my goal, even though it's not a statutory requirement, that they will be assessed and fall within one of the areas of accreditation, because I think if all the units have accreditation, why not crime scene sciences? They perform fantastic work as from my testimony, responding to crime scenes and evaluating the crime scenes and so on. And I think that having an assessment and accreditation and certification, it will be beneficial if you compare all the different units of the agency.
And I agree with you. Would the timeline for that reaccreditation follow track as you've had success over the last couple of years, that we would know by this December 2025, or is that an unrealistic expectation?
I think it will be too soon, especially that that's our largest unit,
Okay.
and it will require, what are the guidelines? Because the other units have a long history nationwide about assessment. Crime scene is something that is not common to have assessments. So it's an aspirational. I had conversations with the accrediting body, so they will develop a plan. And is it possible this December? I think it's possible. I don't think it's realistic. Probably the following December, it's more realistic, depending on what are the requirements, what does the training require, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So is DFS currently under review for any reaccreditations you're seeking this year?
Always. So part of the accreditation process is you have to notify the accrediting body of any changes, any quality events, any changes in the standard operating procedure, any changes in the quality manual, any discipline. And based on those interactions, they will tell you where you are, even way before they come and do an assessment. So it's a continuous communication, and I will defer to Dr. Love, but I think the communication is nearly weekly.
Yes, to Dr. Diaz's point, yes, we are in constant communication with our accrediting body. We are scheduled for a surveillance on site in the second week of December, and we are about to initiate our conformance file, which is us collecting all of our documentation and submitting that in preparation of the surveillance. But it's a constant interaction with our accreditors.
And is that common for all departments across the country, or are there any added layers of iterative review given our history?
No, it is common, that constant communication.
Okay.
And you see how some labs or medical examiner's office, may think, this is kind of onerous. However, it's part of maintaining a culture of quality and accountability.
So speaking of accountability, how are things going with the Science Advisory Board? How often are you meeting? And, the firearms example was a good one, but are there other useful perspectives or recommendations that the SAB has made over the last 12 months that you've been able to move forward on implementing?
100%. I think the Scientific Advisory Board has been a great addition because of their cumulative expertise and coming from different jurisdictions. So they have advised us on interactions with our stakeholders based on their experience, DNA, trainings for attorneys. Uh, uh, so yesterday after the meeting, we have a separate meeting to talk about DNA. So overall, they have proven to be a rich resource for the Department of Forensic Sciences. And we hope that in the next weeks, Council will add 3 more members to our SAB.
I think that is the plan for those members. So we'll thank you for your collaboration with them. So let's talk a little bit about staffing and some of the FTEs reflected in this budget proposal. So there's a personnel cost reduction, which reflects almost $2 million, but adding 1 FTE. So how do you account for the reduction in personnel expenses? And how will that translate to FTEs that you need to do this crucial work?
Certainly. Ms. Rumley?
Sure. So what that represents is an increase in our vacancy savings rate. So that's why you're not seeing the commensurate reduction in FTE. So that's an increase in our vacancy savings rate. However, yes, thank you for pointing that out. The 1 FTE that you see is a resource for Octo. That is in our budget that supports with our frontline help desk efforts, but it's not a reduction in FTE, so it will still allow us to move forward, just not perhaps as aggressively as we would have liked, but we are still able to hire some of our vacant positions.
So is it accurate to say then that your entire vacancy savings was not wiped out?
That is correct.
Okay. So there won't be any current positions that are filled that will be reduced with this
No.
budget?
There will be no current positions that are filled that are reduced with this budget.
Okay. I see a FTE for communications role. What is this person intended to fulfill?
And so I believe, and we will check, but I believe it is the position for Octo. It has just been put in the wrong program. And so we'll be working perhaps through your office to correct on that before the budget is finalized.
Okay, great. Let's stay close on that to make sure. And then earlier this year, we talked in performance oversight about other ways DFS could be a partner in some of the displacement of our federal workforce. And there were some conversations about skill sets of our federal employees that may need to be aware that these opportunities exist. Have there been any progress since then in hiring our displaced federal employees?
Now that you mentioned, I think we have a great candidate from the federal government for the position of Director of Quality. And that's a critical position for the Department of Forensic Sciences because that position oversees the overall quality structure of the agency and the different components, not only for our internal purposes, but for the purposes of accreditation. So that's just one example of a great candidate or candidates that we got from the federal government that have a niche specialty that are applying into our agency. I don't know if Dr. Love wants to add or to that.
So we have seen some federal individuals who are currently working for the federal government come over that have some of the specialized skill sets that we need. such as a latent fingerprint examination and so forth. So, yes, just to echo Dr. Diaz, we have seen some strong candidates that have a background of working with the federal government.
And to the point, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to the point of trying to reconstitute the firearms division, in the discussion yesterday with SAB, it was mentioned that there would be great opportunities with former federal workers with that expertise and the background and somebody that, or people that, analysts that will apply with at least 5 years of experience. And that's what it's needed for that unit to be reconstituted and have a relative short time to assessment and accreditation.
Are there any specific dollars dedicated in this budget to bolster efforts for recruitment and retention of your current employees?
Probably.
There is 627,000 that is budgeted for professional development and training agency-wide. That is reflected in this budget.
And would you say professional development dollars can be used for recruitment, or are those for existing employees?
For existing employees, for retention purposes.
Okay, have we made any progress in some of our recruitment efforts over the last year?
So we do have some that are pending, in addition to the quality position that Dr. Diaz mentioned and the latent position that Dr. Love mentioned. There are 3 former federal employees that we have pending for the public health laboratory that we're looking to move forward. We also joined in partnership with the Department of Employment Services this year for their apprenticeship program. And so we have allocated 2 FTE from our public health laboratory to support that program.
And when did they begin?
That will be for FY26.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And those $627,000 for professional development, that's an example of forward thinking on behalf of council and the executive office of the mayor, because our scientists need interaction with their peers nationwide and international. That's the way the agency gets to be known. That's how individual scientists advance science, if the term applies. And to that end, the last 12 months have been great in projecting the agency as a, if I can be modest, as a powerhouse in science, in terms of publications, presentations, and appearance in national meetings. A lot of times that is misunderstood. And that's why we are so glad that that remains in the budget that was placed. That predates me. But I think, as I said, that's an example of forward thinking on how to maintain scientists.
Yes, absolutely agree. And I think especially given the context of our department and how much progress has been made, that reputation and relationship rebuild is particularly important. I'm going to turn now to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's also, or who was a member of the committee. We miss you deeply, but thank you for joining us. We'll turn to you for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I know I'm not a member of the committee, but I like y'all. So I keep coming back because also you have a really important function. I'm just going to jump right into questions because I know the committee's agenda is pretty full today. I want to follow up on the question that Councilmember Pinto asked about the vacancies. So my understanding, if I recall, when we discussed this during performance oversight, you guys had about 46 vacancies across the agency. I know you said some are pending, and I also recognize that there's a hiring freeze that's going on. So can you talk a little bit about, number one, are you all submitting the waivers to hire the critical positions? Because when I talked to the CA, he was saying like, no, there are just some positions that we have to hire for. We absolutely need those because they are mission critical. And I feel like when we're talking about DFS, that definitely fits into that mission critical line.
It does. We have constant communication. We are submitting waivers at the beginning of the process, nearly on a daily basis.
Okay.
And vast majority of them were the executive office of the mayor acquiesced with green lighting those waivers.
Okay, great. All right. So folks who are listening, DFS
Yes.
is still hiring. Great.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we've had some huge milestones in terms of the agency hitting in terms of accreditation, which gives me a little bit of pause when I look at the budget in terms of some of the decreases that I'm seeing. Now, the budget book can only give me so much. So hoping for a little bit more in terms of narrative here. Let's start with the public health lab, because that's a linkage between my work as the chair of the Committee on Health and then the work that you guys are doing. There's a proposed 261,000 in decrease in the public health laboratory. You still have over $6 million, but there are no changes to FTEs. So if we're not changing to FTEs, that 261, that's either equipment or something else. So what's affected there?
It's vacancy savings.
Vacancy savings.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're still have the funding to be able to make sure all that beautiful equipment that we've paid for can still.
That is correct. And Councilmember Henderson, we received a $2 million increase in our capital budget.
Okay.
That's of note. And 1 million of that is specifically for our equipment.
Okay. One thing that I am curious about, and I don't necessarily know how it works for other public labs, which we probably need to explore more, which is in this very weird environment where the federal government thinks that science is bad. And this other weird environment where I've got a lot of universities for whom their lab funding is not what it used to be because science is bad. Have we thought about ways in which the public health lab can sort of step into that vacuum, given the additional space and equipment and things like that that you have? I'll give an example. So I did a tour up at Children's in their research lab on Walter Reed, where the Johnson & Johnson lab is there. Backstory for folks, Johnson & Johnson has this, it's essentially like a WeWork for scientists where companies that are coming up can sort of essentially rent lab space. But I'm not talking about it for sort of just any person off the street who wants to, but the conversations around for universities and others where there's critical research that needs to continue. Can DC be a place where that can happen?
I don't want to steal the thunder. I like to talk of Dr. Hauser, who is our public health lab director. I can tell you unequivocally, yes.
Okay.
The function of the public health lab is a critical one that only comes to light when there is something, quote unquote. Measles is the most recent one. Monkeypox was.
Yeah.
But the surveillance that the public health lab performed that nobody hears about it, that includes rabies, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, research, it will be an integral part. Can we be a part of that solution, of that piece? We are very happy that you share the same enthusiasm when you describe our equipment and our instrument, because only scientists get excited about instrument and equipment. But the answer will be yes. And I don't know if Dr. Hausers would like to add to that.
Come on, Dr. Hauser, this is your moment. And I think it's super important. I mean, I did a talk to a bunch of health folks a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking about what I'm calling this as a moment of disruption. And the question that we have to ask ourselves is, in this moment of disruption, how are states and localities like the district going to step in such that we don't lose everything because the federal government has decided to change direction? We don't lose our data because the CDC doesn't want to collect it anymore. We don't lose our ability to identify strains or outbreaks because the CDC doesn't want to do it anymore. I think for a long time we have relied on Atlanta, and perhaps now states and their public health apparatus needs to sort of step up.
100%.
Dr. Hauser, good morning. If you just turn your mic on.
Yes, so I think this atmosphere that we're in.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have not sworn in Dr. Hauser.
Oh,
so
okay.
if we could just pause her time and we'll quickly do that. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the council and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Please.
No problem, no problem. Yes, I think this climate is a time, much like COVID kind of taught us, not only how that we need to figure out our relationships between public health, clinical labs, and research, and how we can intersect with each other and work with each other and be able to pivot. I do think it stands for us in the district to kind of figure that out, how we can work together, because there's some regulation things that also need to take into account, separating, clinical diagnostics from
Right.
research. But I think we need to kind of outline how we can do that. I think it's very possible. We've partnered with universities before on certain projects like wastewater and so forth.
Okay.
So there is a possibility there. It's just the logistics that would just need to be worked out.
Okay, well, I'm giving an open invitation that I want to talk about how we can sort of work through some of those things. Let's talk about some of the other pieces. So there's a 4.3 million decrease to the Public Safety and Health Division. Now, a division is a division, so it's a large thing. Now, within that division, there's a proposed $926,000 decrease to the Crime Scene Sciences Division. And I noticed that this cut doesn't include any decreases to staff. So we're keeping people. So I'm concerned about what we're doing here because I think it was not that long ago we were having conversations about the capacity of this particular team and their ecosystem, or sorry, their role rather in the remaining public safety ecosystem. We need these folks if we're going to process crime scenes in a timely and efficient manner. So tell me about what this decrease would mean for operations.
So thanks for that question. It's a lot. So let me start with the overall. Of the 4 million that you're seeing in terms of the reduction, 3.1 of that is outsourcing. So we had some conversations about that in our
Outsourcing as in?
outsourcing for our forensic sciences laboratories. So our laboratories that are now reaccredited and we process those samples in-house. The reduction that you're seeing is the funding that we were using for outsourcing when we were
Oh,
not
okay.
accredited.
All right.
The other part of that reduction that you're seeing, and you're not seeing the requisite decrease in FTE, again, represents vacancy savings. So this is vacancy savings rate that was applied to the agency.
Okay. But in terms of capacity of the team, how many folks do we have in crime scene sciences right now?
82. I'm sorry, we're 86.
86. So how many people are on a team? With 3 or 4?
There are 6 per team. Okay, 6
Is
per
she
team.
not here?
No, there's
Yeah.
6 per team.
Okay, 6 per
Mhm.
team. And how many are on per shift?
6 people, 6 teams. And that would be 2 per shift because we have 3 shifts.
3 shifts. Is that enough?
The shifts are enough?
No. Is that enough in terms of the volume of what we're seeing in the district?
We would never say that we couldn't use more, but we are right now, we are staffed. We have met our staffing requirements currently with what we are able to staff.
With what you're able to staff?
Yes.
Okay. Chief Conti used to say that. He would say, oh gosh, he had a line of, this is what I need for what I could safely hire for, or something to that effect. It was like very specific and Conti-esque. But if I asked Chief Smith, the current chief, in terms of the relationship between MPD and what's happening with crime scene services, would she have the similar assessment of we're meeting the need?
And because I'm older and I don't have filters anymore, I can tell you, yes, we are fulfilling the need. However, it's not without trepidation if something happens, if there is more cases that needs to be processed, more scenes that need to be processed. So far, so good. But as Ms. Bromley stated, if more personnel, there could be more flexibility with the shifts, for example. In terms, we can go from 8 hours to 10-hour shift, and there will be more flexibility. But in this environment, I think it will be not a good practice to be complaining when we are fully staffed.
Great. Fully staffed is better than not. I'm over my
Indeed,
time.
yes.
Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Councilor Henderson. So Dr. Diaz, I want to just return for a second to this professional development fund because there is a line item in the budget that looks like the training and development budget is zeroed out, which would be a $734,000 reduction. Is that now just reflected in professional development, or is that a separate category?
I believe that's a separate category. I believe that the training was left untouched. So we have the same amount of funding for professional training and development as the last 2 fiscal years.
So what's the distinction between the $734,000 line item versus the 600?
Yeah,
not
so,
D?
so the 627 is in the 734, and if you are looking at table FR 0-4, there is a line for training and development, and you will see that the proposed FY 26 equals the FY 25 budget. So it's not an addition. This was an enhancement that we received, that we continue to receive. So it has not been reduced from our budget. It is still 627. It is within the 734.
Okay, so was it moved from training and development to professional development?
No, it's still there.
Okay. Okay. For the supplemental, there was a reduction in $550,000. What is that cut going to be reflected in operations?
Do you know, Ms. Brumley?
Well, good. Can we get back to you on that one, Chairperson?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that you all have what you need to continue operations this year and next. So that will be important. I want to ask you about a report that came out earlier this year in the Washington Post around response times. And the report alleged that DFS crime scene technicians falsified arrival times in reports of 687 times over the course of 1 year. Do you know what time period they were looking at, and what is your understanding or response to those reports?
My understanding, my opinion, if you want a more expansive answer, I encourage you to watch the yesterday's meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board, where it was discussed for a significant period of time, and there were presentations by 2 of our attorneys in terms of their investigation. I can tell you unequivocally that that report of that newspaper that you mentioned was filled with inaccuracies. I should have asked for a retraction. I think that there is a fundamental misunderstanding in terms of what they are looking and what the reality is. There is a key performance indicator that was established years ago for production of data. In other words, for brevity's sake, I can tell you that our personnel doesn't get neither reward nor punish for timing, for dispatch, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, they go in time. And I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what that means. I think if there is a suggestion of malfeasance, when there is that suggestion, there is a benefit to somebody or the fear of a penalty. And there is none of that. That key performance indicator has never been part of the human resource discipline. It's just to generate data. And I will not be shy to mention that Mr. Kevin Donahue, when he was the deputy mayor for public safety years ago, and he being a fan of data, produced that KPI just to produce data in terms of the traffic and so on and so forth. And I think that's the difficulty that maybe some people are having to match the timing of the Office of Unified Communications with our time. That was discussed times two in this May meeting of the SAB, and the experiences of the SAB members as crime lab directors and similar issues, and how they report the timing when the scene is called, and do they report it at that time or when they arrive at the scene, and so on and so forth. So it's a common issue. So if memory serves me well, the previous meeting of the SAB occurred in February. That issue was raised. We can provide you like exactly the timing when it was discussed in the video. And then they requested an explanation vis-a-vis our attorneys and an investigation. But I can tell you again, to reemphasize, that article was filled with inaccuracies and statements that do not fall within the truth.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I guess that's good to know about the incentive structure, that it's not necessarily, just about speed. What I want to make sure of is that we're all on the same page with DFS and OUC, that regardless of what the truth is, it's marketed that way. Because as you know, as soon as we don't have trust in
Mhm.
the people inputting the information, then the rest of the communication system breaks down, and all of the challenges that we have with the past of the agency.
Correct. And I think that's part and parcel of it. And that's, I stated during the SAB meeting, that's something we have to live with, rather than to engage in a fight with said newspaper. I chose to let it go. But it's part of the lack of choice words that they have for our agencies. Our agency will always be described, even though the English language is very rich, as beleaguered DC lab, troubled DC lab. Doesn't matter. Somebody can be nominated for the Nobel Prize, still Nobel Prize nomination in troubled DC lab. So there's no imagination, in my opinion, when our labs get reported. Same at OCME. It's always a grisly discovery. I don't even know what that means.
Yes, I hear you. And I do think that just like there was a lot of attention on the lab's challenges several years ago, there should also be a lot of attention on all the lab's progress. And that needs to be communicated.
That doesn't
clearly.
sell. Good news don't sell.
Well,
No.
we can help sell it. Okay, so in terms of the fire debris analysis, this is something we talked a little bit about during performance oversight. And in your post-hearing responses, you said that DFS does not have the necessary subject matter expert to establish contracts and review testing results as required by our accrediting body for fire debris analysis. So what additional resources would you need in this budget to be able to appropriately handle that debris analysis?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because after our performance hearing, we posed a question to the SAB, and that they came up with suggestions. And if you recall, some of the SAB members, one of them was the director in Harris County, Texas, Houston. Another one was the director in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Another one in the state of Wisconsin. And one is the director of the crime lab in Broward County, Florida. So they all gave yesterday their different perspective of who does what and when. And from that conversation that occurred yesterday, then we will be in a better position as what to do. One of the main issues is the lack of, not the lack, it's a good thing. We don't have that many arsons in the district compared to other jurisdictions. And I gave the example yesterday. I work in Detroit, Michigan for nearly 2 decades, and arson is not an uncommon occurrence. The district, if memory serves me well, had 3 in 1 calendar year. So that's one of the issues, but great ideas came from the SAB as to how to tackle that matter. I don't know if Dr. Love wants to add or subtract to that topic.
Just to add on that, the analyst to do trace analysis, which includes fire debris, is a different set of skill set from the analyst that we currently have. So we would need to bring in analysts with a trace background, different than your chemists that perform drug analysis.
So if we don't have anyone in-house now, how is that analysis being handled in those limited circumstances when there is an arson?
So it's not being handled in-house. It is being outsourced, and not involving DFS. So Fire EMS is working directly with ATF and another laboratory that they use, which is the FAST laboratory in Georgia. And so they are handling all of that independently of DFS.
Just briefly on some of our capital projects, how much did the agency spend on digital storage last year? And right now I see about $1 million allocated across the CIP. Is that going to be sufficient to meet the additional data storage needs of the volume of cases you're handling?
For the moment, yes, we produce a lot of data. We have a very robust information technology department. For the time being, because we have enhanced our capability in the last 2 years, yes, we will be able to function with what we have. With the passing of time in the next 2-3 years, probably there will be time for more enhancement of that storage capability of data. We produce a lot of data.
Okay, because I see the estimates, you're projecting 24 terabytes of data growth per day, which is enormous. What do you ascribe to that type of growth?
All the data that is generated, for example, on DNA alone, each sample that is analyzed produce gigantic amounts of data. And that has to be stored in order for that information not to be lost and to be, more important, to be transferred to the stakeholders, because that data is analyzed. For example, DNA, all the raw data is analyzed. For example, even the chemistry data, we can give you a result, but attorneys will require the raw data, what they call the litigation package. And that's a lot of data that is produced in every single analysis that takes place.
Thank you. Well, let's definitely continue the discussion around that to make sure you have sufficient capital dollars to handle that storage. I'm going to turn to Councilor Henderson for another 10-minute round.
Thank you. I want to go back to the Public Safety and Health Division just to get some clarification. So, Ms. Brumley, you mentioned that a large portion was due to outsourcing that we're no longer doing, but there is still some outsourcing that is taking place, correct?
So yes, we do have a federal grant that supports outsourcing for DNA testing for backlog mitigation.
Okay.
There is a small amount, and Dr. Love can talk to this in terms of value, but we do the majority of our testing for forensic chemistry in-house. Our latent fingerprint unit is back online and they have begun testing in-house. The thought is that effective FY26, the majority of the testing would be done in-house, and we will still have some of our federal dollars that we would use for outsourcing.
Okay. Are the federal dollars safe? Ish. What is safe? They're safe today.
Yeah, that's the answer today.
Okay.
Safe today.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the forensic science laboratory. That also includes a 3.1 million in decrease. So we have both a decrease in what's happening in crime, well, public safety, and then in this one. So I have that forensic biology, forensic chemistry, and fingerprinting units are all back online.
That is correct.
So is this decrease also related to no longer outsourcing?
So the 3.1 is part of the 4 million. So the 4.6 that you see.
Oh, it's all together.
Yes, it's
Got
all
it. Got
together.
it. Okay. Okay. Got that. Okay. Your budget proposal doesn't include any increase in overtime, which is cute. Given where we know overtime has been used across the government, and it's not just you, every agency, I've been looking at their overtime and looking at what they're currently spending on overtime. And I'm like, oh, that's funny. That's cute. So, I mean, is it really realistic?
It-
It's a hope.
No, so it's aligned. I think if you look at, and Shelley, do you mind if I borrow your table? If you look at table 3 and you look at our actuals, and it only goes back to 24. But we were about, let's see, it looks like 217 last year, and we have 233 for the current year and 233 proposed for 26.
How much
So
have you spent already this year?
that I would have to get back to you on. I don't have our year-to-date spending, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, because I know you probably know overall, is this an area where there is a budget pressure for the agency?
Not currently,
Not currently,
not currently,
but approaching, perhaps.
not currently.
Okay, got it. All right, all right. Okay. Oh, all right. Also on the forensic lab, the proposed budget replaces 3 continuing full-time FTEs with 3 temporary full-time FTEs in the forensic laboratory office. What's this change to go from permanent to temporary?
Yeah, that we would need to get back to you on.
Okay.
It's not a change in the total, but it is a change in the type, how they classify it. So we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Pinto, I actually don't have any further questions at this time. You've been incredibly generous with your time. But I'll be back for OCME.
Well, thank you. Excuse me, I just took a bite. That's okay. Thank you very much for joining us, Councilor Henderson. And actually just have one more question and then we're about to move to OCME as well. I just want to make sure I understand for the laboratory and hospital equipment project, there's $2.2 million in remaining balance allocations. Why hasn't that funding been utilized?
So what I can tell you is with the laboratory equipment, the process for our procurement of capital takes a significant amount of time from actually, going from the initial requisition to actually securing the equipment. So this is one where it just takes a lot of time to secure equipment. But now that our laboratories are back online, we've made significant investment in making sure that we can update our equipment. Similarly, you'd asked questions before about Everest processing, and so we've made requests for that equipment. So you should expect to see some expenditures come through. It just takes a lot of time for capital equipment.
Okay, but the budget authority for lab equipment was 17 million and it's now at 11 million. So are there equipment purchases that were in the pipeline that are going to have to be deferred due to that $6 million decrease?
No. No, we don't expect that we will have. Yeah, we don't, but it over the years, in the out years, but we don't expect that it's going to impact anything that we have in flight currently.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. And thank you all. And Dr. Diaz, I just will ask you, I know you're here in some ways presenting or representing the mayor's budget proposal, but from your perspective, leading this agency, is there anything else this agency needs in this budget to accomplish your mission?
I think we have what we need to accomplish our mission. I will go outside the budget, and I think that based on the history of the Department of Forensic Sciences, more than anything, what we need is the moral support of council and the executive office of the mayor in trusting and believing that our agency performs to the most utmost scientific capability.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on all the reaccreditation progress. And thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Okay, I think Mr. Branham stepped out again. So we are going to turn to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, also led by Dr. Diaz. And Dr. Diaz, I will invite you to make any opening statement you have at this time.
Yes. And joining me is Ms. Beverly Fields, Chief of Staff of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And to my left is Dr. Samantha Tolliver, who is the Director of Forensic Toxicology for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Gotcha. Well, then in that case, welcome. And I will go ahead and swear you both in as well. If you could turn your microphone on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Diaz.
Thank you. Good morning again. And I don't have to introduce myself. Mayor Bowser has presented the district fiscal year 26 budget and financial plan, Grow DC. This budget emphasizes on growing DC's economy, right-sizing government spending, cutting red tape, and making it easier to do business in DC and investing in shared priorities. The primary goal of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is to support and serve our citizens in their most critical time of need, the loss of their loved ones. To achieve this goal, our agency operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year. The key performance objectives of the agency include timely and accurate cause and manner of death determination, effective quality management, public health and safety surveillance, and fatality management. During fiscal year 24, our agency investigated 7,551 cases, including 1,679 that were accepted, and as well as 4,003 cremation cases. To support this important work, the mayor proposes a budget for 26 of $16,232,273, which represents a 3.4 or increase. More specifically, the budget provides, number one, local funds in the amount of $15,693,000 and 101 FTEs. Number two, special purpose revenue funds in the amount of $318,000 and 2 full-time equivalent. And number three, $223,000 in federal grant funding. Of note, funding includes a net increase of $362,000 to support salary and fringe benefit cost. Number two, a one-time proposed increase in local funds of $82,000 across multiple divisions to support travel costs for staff to attend industry-related events, the purchase of IT hardware equipment, and to provide additional office support. And number three, an increase in the Forensic Toxicology Division's personnel services budget by $100,002 and 1 full-time equivalent, enabling the toxicology laboratory to provide targeted support services. Just a few moments, and we talked about it before, OCME team performed a tremendous task in response to the January 29 mid-air collision and facilitating the identification and reunification of remains, post-mortem examination, and collaboration with our partners, such as the Department of Forensic Sciences, the National Transportation Safety Board, the Federal Aviation Administration, Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, DC Homeland Security, and DC Fire and EMS, as well as Metropolitan Police Department. Most importantly, our staff provided assistance to the next of kin for the release of their loved ones and overall support in such a challenging time. And as I mentioned before, this was the fastest identification of a mass incident casualty event in the United States. The mayor's proposed budget also supports our day-to-day work, which remains consistent and forensically sound, resulting in the maintenance of agency accreditations to include National Association of Medical Examiners, International Organization for Standards, American Board of Forensic Toxicology, Forensic Toxicology Breath Alcohol Program, forensic testing, as well as Accreditation Council of Graduate Medical Education. The agency has also continuously met and or exceeded its key performance indicator, many of which are tied to accreditation. The agency's proposed capital budget in the amount of $1,200,000 comprises two components. Number one, facility renovations and the build out of its continuity of operation site, $500,000, And number two, equipment replacement targeted mainly for the toxicology laboratory in the amount of $700,000. In closing, the resources allocated to OCME in the mayor's fiscal year 26 budget are a critical investment in the programs and services that keep DC a world-class city and a place where people want to live, work, and visit, and ultimately grow DC. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your work to ensure we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals and give all the residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington's DC continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diaz. And want to also thank everyone here and the entire team at OCME for all of the hard work that you do every day, and especially this year with the tragic midair collision, and really just taking a tragedy and operating with such a high level of professionalism and care. That was kind of the only thing that we could do to provide one modicum of response and comfort to the families. But thank you all. I can only imagine how traumatic that was for everybody. So as you know, we've had some challenging, unexpected issues with our budget this spring following the continuing resolution from Congress. Following that, Mayor Bowser instituted a hiring freeze. Did that hiring freeze impact OCME's ability to continue its operations, or any plan that you had for new FTEs coming on board?
Not as of yet, because we have gone through the waiver process and the executive office of the mayor have acquiesced, or as I said before, greenlighting our request. So thus far, no. I think we have a position for medical examiner that I would like to fill, because that will bring more overall strength to our operations. And I think that could be easily achieved. Or let me retract, easily. That could be achievable.
Okay. Trying to read through the lines here a little bit. Are you planning on hiring this year?
Yes,
Okay. Now, how many FTEs will that be?
one.
Okay, so one of the very important elements of the OCME budget is to ensure that death investigations and certifications can move forward with accuracy and with speed. Will this budget enable OCME to meet your performance target of completing 90% of autopsies within 90 days?
Yes, because our budget was not decreased, and as a matter of fact, it was increased by 3.4%, and I think that will allow OCME to continue its efforts. If you recall from the last 2, 3, 4 calendar years, there was a steady increase in the number of cases that we were processing. Last calendar year, there's been a decrease in the number of deaths, 97% accounting for a decrease nationwide in drug-related death. And it would be a matter, is that a one-time event, or is this going to be a trend? So we are in surveillance mode in terms of what will happen in the next few years. Are those programs that were implemented in order to decrease drug-related death finally worked? I think that's part of the answer. And with that, what will be in the next 2, 3, 4 years the overall trend in death? I would like. I used to say that we used to have excess death as a result of the drug epidemic. 2024 was the first year in 18 years in the United States where there was a decrease of 23%. Will that be the case in 2025, 26? I don't have the answer, but I think we need to be prepared for those as well as other types of death that occurs. And I think when we talk about in the performance hearing, what happened during the mid-air collision it was not a serendipity or happenstance or a coincidence. I think that's the result of having two agencies that are well-funded and well staffed.
So in terms of opioid deaths, what are you seeing from a toxicology perspective on the back end that can illuminate where some of the trends are heading?
Before I defer to Dr. Tolliver, I think we're still seeing the same type of substances, mainly fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. They're still there. We have a surveillance program through the Department of Forensic Sciences where paraphernalia is analyzed to see the new trends. So the substances are there. Deaths are not occurring at the same rate that they were occurring. Are people seeking treatment? Are more reversal substances more available? The educational programs that have been implemented in the last decade reached their target and users are better informed? Those are questions for public health experts that can shed some light. I can tell you that drugs are still there, and 97% of what we see contains fentanyl or other sort of analog.
97% of the drug-related deaths?
Yes, yes. Dr. Tolliver, I don't know if you want to add or subtract to that.
Just want to echo what Dr. Diaz said. Yes, most of the opioid-related deaths are going to involve fentanyl. We still have a lot of polydrug use in the district, so you still see some cocaine in there as well, and some other drugs. The toxicology laboratory, we do study drug trends, and right now it's almost as though we're in a little bit of a holding pattern in terms of fatalities and drug trends. Sparingly, we're seeing some novel psychoactive substances, but nothing that's I would say statistically significant in terms of a drug shift at this moment.
Okay. Have you seen a major reduction in K2?
Yes. So you're talking about synthetic cannabinoids, K2 splice. So that reduced some years ago. We do see it sparingly now, but not all that often. Right now, we're looking more towards drugs that are called nitazines in that category, but there's not a lot going on with the synthetic cannabinoids right now.
Okay. And how about alcohol-related deaths?
We do have alcohol-related death, and more specifically, and I haven't performed or we haven't performed scientific analysis. The most common fatality are Hispanic males between 25 and 40
For alcohol-related
for
deaths?
alcohol-related death. Purely alcohol. People that at a young age, as a result of chronic alcohol consumption, develop cirrhosis or liver failure. It is anecdotal, in my opinion, as a practitioner, that is more common in the Hispanic population. Alcohol is another drug of abuse, and it also comes as part and parcel of our postmortem laboratory results. So people will have fentanyl and a little bit of alcohol and cocaine and so on and so forth. But pure alcohol, yes.
And about how many of those cases are you seeing a year?
We are seeing, in my estimation, 25 to 30 a year.
Of just alcohol-related?
Yes, and it sticks in my mind because unequivocally, I see Hispanic names attached to it.
And how about for drug-related deaths a year?
For last calendar year, we have 340. The exact number is on a fantastic website called Long Live DC
Wow.
that is updated on a daily basis. So the decrease, if you want to compare and contrast, in calendar year 23, there were 522 drug-related deaths. The previous year, 511. So it is a significant decrease that exceeded a little bit the nationwide trend of 23%.
So I want to check in on some of the autopsies for deaths that have happened at the Department of Corrections, and information sharing there. So there's a part of the code that enables the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee Chair to receive from DOC after next of kin has been notified certain information of the decedent, including the circumstances surrounding the death and the cause and manner of the death from an autopsy report when the death occurs under the Department of Corrections custody or under investigation by MPD. We have had a difficult time receiving some of these reports. And so from your perspective, will you be able to share these reports with us or work with us to retrieve them?
Yes, I don't see a reason why not.
Okay, can we add that to our post-hearing responses
Yes.
to see the autopsy reports and the circumstances around the deaths of all deaths that have happened in the last year in DOC?
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Just one calendar year or?
Yes,
more than that?
this past calendar year.
Yes. Or would you like to include up to May of 2025?
Yes, up to present day.
Okay.
That would be great. That would be helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Henderson?
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Always learn something new with the team from OCME, particularly when we're talking about opioids and toxicology and those kinds of things. So let's start there from a budget perspective. Somebody's getting an increase. The forensic toxicology lab is set to receive a $273,000 increase. What are the enhancements or expansions for this increase in funding?
Dr. Oliver? Okay.
Hello, Chairman. That increase includes a Coverdell grant for an FTE and some contractual services, as well as some contractual services in the local budget for the lab itself. So the total would be the 273.
Okay, so part of that is from a grant.
Yes,
Coverdell is a private grant.
it's federal.
What agency is that? Sorry,
Yes, so
That comes from the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Coverdell is named, if memory serves me well, after a Congress person. And it was designed to enhance forensic science overall.
okay. So the federal grant for an FTE and then contractual services. Can you just sort of
Mhm.
give an example of some of the contractual services that this would be for? Is this equipment?
So the contractual services are generally going to be for either a reference laboratory testing
Okay.
or also maintenance and repair of instrumentation.
Right.
And when we talked, Councilwoman Henderson, about reference lab, instruments are like people. The eyes cannot see what the brain doesn't know.
Mhm.
So because there are so many novel substances, we need to update our instruments with what is called in the industry a library, so that the instrument knows what they're looking for. And that consumes resources to be updated.
Okay. In terms of the illicit drug surveillance program, does this budget contain the funding for you all to continue to do that work?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. As last year we transferred funding from the opioid abatement fund for this. So I just want to make sure.
You did, in the amount of 400,000.
Right. So I want to make sure you guys are
Yes.
good. We're good?
We can use more money. It is my
Well,
opinion.
so let me clarify my question. When we transferred the money for opioid abatement, that was because you no longer had that funding from the federal government to be
Yeah.
able, that grant you no longer had. Is some other funding replacing the 400,000?
No, not really.
No, okay. So how will we be able to continue the illicit drug surveillance program without that funding?
That's a great question, and to be honest with you, uh, I don't have the answer for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Is it still 400,000?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. To be honest, I feel like the work that you all do on drug surveillance is now these days a core function of the work of the agency in terms of our ability to stay ahead of what's happening on the streets. I think it's a critical piece in our public safety apparatus, especially given how substances, when they are altering people's behavior, et cetera, can sort of play out in terms of when you have weapons involved, what they're doing, when vehicles are involved, all of these different things. And so it is disappointing that this is sort of seen as an extra, as opposed to we absolutely need this for the chief medical examiner office going forward.
You are a fearless advocate. I wish, like throughout the United States, that concept will be understood, because unfortunately for resource utilization, a significant proportion of laboratories have resorted to do screening only, meaning they know what the substance is, but they don't go beyond that. You seen our lab. Our lab is one of the best, if not the best, in the United States for postmortem toxicology, with the capability of providing such wealth of information that Chairman Pinto was talking about K2. K2 is nothing. There are 2,000 synthetic cannabinoids. So you can tinker with something in your garage, marijuana, and change one molecule for another.
Yeah.
That's a synthetic cannabinoid. The question is that synthetic cannabinoid going to behave similar to the original molecule?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, maybe not. And that's why you saw some death in the past, because as opposed to the original molecule that doesn't have deleterious effect, some of those synthetic cannabinoids can have irregular rhythms of the heart and create death. So that's the importance of identifying which one goes with what.
Right. Okay. The budget is also showing an increase for forensic pathology, 538,000. The budget books that we have was light on detail. So 538,000 for forensic pathology. What is this increase going towards?
But part of it is union negotiated. Our medical examiners are part of a union,
Okay.
and the contract was ratified, if memory serves me well, at the beginning of last calendar year. And even though workforce development was supposed to pick up some of those,
Yeah.
I think that's what you see, unless Ms.
Okay,
Fields
so
wants
the
to
workforce
correct me.
investment fund, I think that's what we call it, where we put all the money for, it didn't capture all that was necessary, and so you needed a bit more.
You are correct.
Okay, so
You are
that's
correct.
CBA. So that's mainly personnel.
That is personnel, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now, let's go to fatality review. The proposed budget has a decrease of about 64,000 in the fatality review. Now, you know this, Dr. Diaz, from a recent letter I sent to you and Dr. Bennett at DC Health, and as well as the city administrator. I'm really concerned about the capacity of our mortality review committees to do their work. We have a lot of great folks who are volunteering, but they require staff capacity and assistance to be able to have, number one, investigators to pull the information that is needed for them to even review the cases, and then also to produce the reports. I'm glad you're not losing an FTE with that reduction, but what's the rationale for that $63,000 cut?
I don't have the rationale, but I would like to
Okay.
forcefully agree with you. In an environment where there may be budget cuts, we do have a great system with our fatality reviews that we don't want to see get lost in the shuffle, because they produce good work a good work product in their annual reports. And the things, the things that you address in your letter was the timeliness of said reports.
Yes.
And that's an issue.
Yes.
That is an issue. And if there is not enough personnel or the personnel doesn't have the time between the meetings and producing a report, that's an issue. So I agree with you.
Okay. Ms. Fields?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, that 64,000 is a decrease due to adjustments in personnel costs. So for example, differences in salary. So we may hire someone in an FTE at a lower salary based on their level of experience, et cetera. So it's just a conglomeration of the decrease in personnel costs.
Okay. I mean, I guess in sort of bureaucratic speak, you would be hiring someone at a different grade level, lower grade level, perhaps?
Yes.
Is that a good idea?
Well, the hiring is based on their experience. So even though the person may have similar experience as someone that's already on board,
Mhm.
depending on what their salary was, where they're coming from, and the number of years of experience they've been doing the particular job, et cetera, that's where the salary negotiations
Yeah.
come in. So they will still have the requisite experience to do the job, but their salary will differ.
Okay. I mean, I will say what I said in the same with DFS, right? In this moment of disruption, we need our states to be able to continue to function and do some of this work. There are states who have already disbanded their mortality review committees for maternal health and other things. I don't want that to be the District of Columbia. But I also don't want us to just have a fatality review committee in name only that doesn't have the resources that they need to be successful in accomplishing the task at hand. So we'll look at that further. Councilmember Pinto, I have just only 2 more questions, if that's okay. I wanted to just turn really quickly to capital. The budget proposes 2 capital projects for OCME. One is to renovate the facilities and build out its continuity operations site. Now, I haven't been down to your building in a minute. That's on me. I should come. But you all share a space with DFS,
We do.
which is new-ish, as in within the last decade. So when we're talking about renovating the OCME facilities, are we more talking about the lab space that you all use? I don't know if you guys even call it the lab when you're doing the.
Yes,
report.
it is a lab.
Okay,
Yes, indeed. Yes. No, those are minor adjustments because OCME has 103 FTEs, and the fatality review committees, for example, are in the building as well.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of making adjustments for making more office space, for making those spaces better
Okay.
for our collaborators. And DFS has 223 full-time employees. And even though the building is awesome, I don't think they foresaw
The number of
like,
people.
the number of people
Okay.
and the increase in the request for services and so on and so forth. I don't think we have reached a critical level, but we are thinking in innovative way on how to make the space better for everybody that works with us.
Okay, so adjustments in terms of facility, and it seems as though it's only one-time money. So
Yes.
FY26.
Yes.
So small capital projects. essentially.
Absolutely. And the continuity of operations is critical. We used to have a federal grant years ago. I think that went obsolete, but it's critical that we have a separate, albeit small place where we could perform operations in case of a natural disaster, let's say flooding. The area where we are,
It's
it
low.
hasn't flooded since 1918. That's what I heard. It could happen, and to have an alternate where we could go and,
Okay.
keep operations, I think it's critical.
So you will be acquiring a new space, or you already have?
We do
Left
have
space.
a space in Blue Plains.
Oh.
Yes,
There's a lot over in Blue Plains.
it is.
OCME,
it is.
animal control, DC water, like.
It is a trailer. It's a glorified trailer, but it could be modified. There is enough space because it was used for lab space for the same reason in
Oh,
years
okay.
past.
Okay.
So the capability of having freezers for OCME, it's not that, it's not a lift. It's achievable.
Got it. Okay. And the last one is around equipment replacement for the toxicology lab. Is this just regular cycle of equipment replacement?
Yes, we intend to replace all the instruments with, they have about a 7-year shelf life. So at that point, by 7 years, we're looking at obsolete technology, software, things like that nature, sensitivities. So we replace them for new state-of-the-art equipment.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councilor Henderson, and oh, great. Okay. And in the spirit of always learning something new with OCME, one I'll add to the list is we have a lot of work to do in developing a system in our city for what to do when human remains are found. So I will leave it there. But Dr. Diaz has been extremely helpful in some very challenging cases, but it is going to require a consistent protocol to develop. Okay, so turning back to the fatality review committees, I know this is something that we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years talking about how DC can really be a leader in this space. And so the $64,000 reduction, just so I understand, will that impact the committee's ability to review these cases in any way?
No, not really. No.
So where is that coming from?
I will let Ms. Fields gave an explanation to Council Member Henderson, but she's better suited to give the answer.
That decrease, Chairman, is based on a decrease in personnel costs, various costs based on hiring and the actual salary someone's hired for. So you have your salary and your fringe. And so with a couple of staffers, they were hired at a lower amount than their predecessor because of their years of experience, what they're bringing to the job, et cetera. That does not make them any less qualified, obviously, but they just come in at a different level.
Got it. Okay, thank you for re-clarifying that. So on balance, the operating budget for next year is modestly increased, but there are decreases to the special purpose revenue funds of about $20,000 in non-personnel services, as well as reductions in the agency management costs. Has the agency considered using additional fellowships or internships to incorporate more industry professionals to assist the agency in training? Let me come back to that. What will those first kind of reductions be reflected in operations?
Fields.
Chairman, those reductions in the 20,000 or so dollars in special purpose revenue will be reflected in some of our mortuary supplies and contractual services. We use our special purpose revenue to serve as a support to the local budget in that area, as well as 2 FTEs.
Okay. Are there additional resources that are being placed to make sure that your existing staff or additional interns or fellows can be specifically focused to assist the agency in transgender diverse and gender expansive training and issues?
Yes, and if you recall from the performance hearing, you raised the topic, and I said I was going to communicate with the state of Oklahoma that has probably the most comprehensive training, as well as with the state of Michigan, where a former prosecutor that I work with is in charge of a similar program. I have talked to both of them to implement for OCME training into medical legal death investigation of LGTB communities. We touch as well during the performance hearing about the Fatality Review Committee and the integration of fatalities of LGTB community members, and were they going to have their own fatality committee, or they were going to be part It is my opinion they should be part of an existing committee.
Which
And
committee do you think would be most appropriate?
I think based on the type of death, it will be the opioid fatality, just with additional training that they could create a separate report in terms of those related death, not only providing us to the cause and manner of death, but all the things that differ in terms of the investigation, lifestyle, and so on and so forth. So I think that could be not difficult to achieve based on the number of deaths we have that usually do not exceed 4 or 5 a year.
Do you think that the opioid review committee is properly trained currently to look at homicides?
And that is the training part. That's what our office needs to partner with jurisdictions that have done that legwork already.
Okay, so they're not currently trained to look at homicides.
Correct. And but again, I think that's not a difficult task, especially when there are jurisdictions that have the training in place, and training now being able to be performed like virtual. I don't think that will be difficult whatsoever. Could it be the opioid fatality review? And if there is a homicide, then they could be alerted and be analyzed on the violence fatality committee. And then, our committees are small, so they work in a small environment. So to create a subdivision of a small population, I don't think it's not a difficult task.
Yeah, and I hear you, but do you think we have an accurate reflection of how many numbers of deaths there are if we're not necessarily designating people pursuant to how they identified with during life?
And the question will be, I don't think we're that far off, but as I said to Council Member Henderson, the eyes cannot see what the brain doesn't know, to your point. Some people may identify in a certain way. However, you cannot determine by visual examination, and that's what we're going by. This is the piece of the medical legal death investigation, to have a questionnaire, because that will capture more people that are not being captured now. If I give you an estimate, I will be taking a guess. Are we missing a handful or more than a handful? It will be my opinion that we are not, but I don't have the data to tell you. Because if you come back to me and said, probably you're missing 25 and you reported 5, I don't think that's the case, but I don't have anything to tell you. No, that's not the case.
Right.
Because it's a matter to asking the right question.
But I guess to me, this data and really all data is only important if we can use it to inform other decisions. So if there was a category of cases that we saw the person was trans and there are 5 categories where there was a heart condition, and then we saw there are 4 categories of trans homicides, those 9 cases on their own are less impactful than having a committee review. Okay, here are the 9 cases, and here's what we as a city can do earlier to prevent those deaths, whether it's a health condition related, whether it was violence related, whether it was drug related, in a way that kind of transcends the specific categories that we currently have.
And you are not wrong about that.
But you still don't think that a committee is the appropriate path forward?
I think it could be handled with what we have, and then we can analyze, like, going forward. If we have 1 year of data and produce a report, even if it's a preliminary report, to you as a chairperson, then we can, well, this is not going to quite work out the way we envision, and it needs, that will be my suggestion based on my experience.
Okay. So then what I take from that is maybe instead of having it be part of an existing committee, it's more of an underlying kind of sub questions that each committee is looking at to see if there's some additional reporting we need.
You are correct. And the question will be for separate and apart from homicides that uh, are of everybody's concern will be the health trends.
Mhm.
Is
Yeah.
there more cardiovascular issues? Is there more, as I mentioned with Council Member Henderson, the Hispanic community has a very significant proportion of alcoholism.
Mm.
Is there a trend there as well? We don't have the data to tell you
Right.
one way
And
or
that's
another.
very helpful information for us from a public policy perspective, because if we're seeing the majority of cases in a certain demographic, then we can go into communities earlier and try to increase services or education. And that's, to me, the best case scenario of reviewing all of these trends post-death to prevent them in the future. So I look forward to continuing to work together on this. We want to be good partners with you and realistic and with limited resources. And so, I hear you there, but I do think that we do have a deeper opportunity to learn more and lead more in this space. And so I hope we can make some more progress on this
No, and
area this year.
to Council Member Henderson's point, across the United States, a significant proportion of fatality reviews have been eliminated for budget reasons. And we have the most amount of fatality reviews in the United States. And, it's a shame that usually the weakest link is the one that gets broken, and that will be fatality reviews. And a lot of counties are only staying with the federally mandated one, which is the infant mortality review. And they are doing away with every other fatality review. And if we stay at the forefront and the leadership, I think it's to the benefit for the residents of the district.
Absolutely. Agreed. Talk to me a little bit about the mortuary services and the death investigators. Where are we in the budget for those line items, and do you have sufficient FTEs to accomplish that work?
We do at the right time, at the present time, we do have, we're fully staffed in medical legal death investigation as well as our mortuary department. Mortuary is the people that perform the postmortem examinations, autopsies, as well as forensic photography.
So there's a $12,000 cut to mortuary services. And last year, I think there was a $34,000 cut. So did that cut, or will this cut impact those services you're talking about?
$12,000 seemed to be a minor amount, but it's not minor because unless Ms. Field corrects me, I think that's supplies, and we're always in need of supplies. And so those 12,000 for us, it's may represent a significant amount of resources.
Okay. Sorry, just one more question to make sure I'm understanding these numbers right on the review committee boards. So this budget, it looks like there's money that's cut from the fatality and mortality review committees and boards with no new FTEs. So per our conversation from a moment ago of at least continuing the committees that we currently have, are you planning on being able to continue that work even with these cuts?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the cuts coming from?
Yes, Chairman. That cut is the personnel costs that we discussed earlier regarding the
I see.
salaries. Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, thank you.
You're
So in terms of the capital budget, there's a decrease reflected in this budget of about 60% and only $1.2 million allotted for this year. The vehicle replacements require around $2 million. And I see that there's an allocation from FY 28 to 2031, but none allocated for FY 26. Is this something that we're just deferring to a later time for the vehicle replacements?
Yes, Chairman. So we still have a balance of about $768,000 from the funds that we received previously. And the reason we have not utilized that funding is because we have been in the process of working with DPW as well as OCP and attempting to get quotes from vendors because they're specialized vehicles. So it's a challenging process and a lengthy process. And so the funding for FY '26, by the time we complete that contractual process, will likely be near the end of the year. And so that funding will likely be utilized in FY '26. And so then you see another sum in FY '27 to continue that vehicle replacement because we're on a schedule.
How many vehicles are currently in your fleet?
We have 13, I believe.
13. yes.
13. And how many of those need replacements?
So we are looking right now to replace about 3 of our vehicles. And so the cost is not just purchasing the actual vehicle, but we have to do
Outfitting.
the upfitting. So you have to put the shelves in there. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done to the vehicles, even once we purchase them. So that is a significant cost, and that's why you see that amount there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. How is the facilities renovation going?
The facilities renovation is going well, and we talked a little bit about before, which is a matter of readjusting office space. Because I don't think it was foreseen when the building was inaugurated that there will be in excess of 350 people working in the building. So we have to come up with innovative ways to rearrange office space to accommodate everybody that works with us. And as I told Councilmember Henderson, for example, the Fatality Review Committee, all that personnel is in our building as well. And we not only have to accommodate personnel, but we have to accommodate instrumentation, lab equipment, and so on and so forth. And even though our building is amazing, I think that with the passing of time and the more people that work, I think that that's the piece that was not quite, I wouldn't say well thought out. That's a harsh term because, but I think rearrangement had to be made for office space to accommodate all the people that collaborate with us.
That makes sense. And do you have sufficient funds in the next year's budget to accommodate those
Yeah.
needs?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And how about for the supplemental? There's a $53,000 cut for the supplemental budget. Where is that coming from?
Yes, council member, that cut is coming mainly from professional services and supplies. So for example, our contractual services, we have neuropathology, CV path. So all of those consultations that our medical examiners need to complete their determination of cause and manner of death, they're send outs to companies, or we have particular vendors that assist them with those consultations. And so consultations and then supplies, for example, postage. And why is postage important in our agency? Well, we have 2 categories. We have our records management that sends out quite a bit of documentation to insurance companies, to law enforcement, to next of kin, with autopsy reports, proofs of death, et cetera, and all those requests that we get. So we need postage for that as well. And we also need postage when we are attempting to obtain those consultative services. We have to send out specimens, et cetera, and get them back. So those are the 2 parts of that 54,000 that was decreased.
Thank you. So during last year's budget, we talked about the need for additional non-personnel funding, and hopefully that was useful this past year. Is there anything else that OCME needs in this budget that you'd like the committee to be aware of as we grapple with the next couple of weeks?
It will be since our budget, rather than to be decreased or frozen, was increased by 3.4%. I don't want to sound petty and saying that we need more, but those are two small examples in terms of overall monies. 12,000 on supplies, 53,000 that includes supplies and includes postage and consultative service. And I think that even though the amount doesn't seem that much, it is critical. The last thing I want is for the medical examiners that work with us not to have all the tools. I work in jurisdictions that basically you work with your bare hands. That's an exaggeration because there is no resource for anything else. We don't have that in the district. We have luxuries, but they are not luxuries. They are critical for making the right diagnosis rather than to take elaborate guesses. And so I think those two pots of money, 12,000, 53,000, go a long way in helping with diagnosis of cause of death and classifying properly the manner of death.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Diaz. Thank you all for being here and look forward to continuing to work together throughout the year, but especially over the next couple of weeks. We may have some additional follow-up questions on some of these line items. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are going to turn to our next agency for today, the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. We're going to continue with the committee's normal practice and hear first from our public witnesses, Robert Vincent Branham, David Hoagland, Amy Morrow, all right. Amy, you can join the table whenever you're ready. All right, we will begin with David Hoagland, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF, Local 36.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Fire and EMS Department's FY26 budget and listening to the perspective of the DC Firefighters Association. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the significance of today, May 29th, for DC firefighters. It marks District of Columbia Firefighters Memorial Day, where every year we honor DC firefighters who paid the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives in the line of duty. Sadly, this year we have added two names to this roll of honor, Lieutenant Robert Heaney and Technician Steve Shipp, who both lost their lives due to occupational cancer. As we remember those DC firefighters who paid the ultimate sacrifice, we were reminded of the daily hazards DC firefighters encounter in their service of the District of Columbia. In times of fiscal uncertainty, it's important for the district leaders to return to the basic needs and necessities of our residents, workers, and visitors. The basic tenets of staffing, training, and resources you often hear Local 36 repeat ring true in this moment. While our department faces no significant cuts this budget cycle, DC firefighters see a setback with long-term consequences. Much of the mayor's budget presentation talked of staffing constraints and the need to address overtime usage. The number one way to address that is by hiring. The Fire and EMS department is looking at a net loss of FTEs. The agency needs to keep hiring to get the department at the correct staffing factor in order to reduce overtime. We want to see a continued focus on wellness and an increase to our O2X program, who put together a proposal for a comprehensive wellness center. In the wake of the Potomac plane crash and the continued resiliency challenges our members face, a standalone facility that our members can go to focus on their physical and mental health will help keep existing employees healthy while we push to hire new ones. I'm disappointed about the subtitle in the Budget Support Act that restricts retroactive raises, given that DC firefighters have been working without a contract for 8 months while bargaining in good faith for almost a year. We understand the complicated fiscal landscape facing the district, but this is still upsetting. We appreciate the capital improvement funding for adequate replacement of fire apparatus in the fireboat John Glenn. But as we face increasing build times for apparatus, we must look at ways in which we can keep our apparatus fleet healthy in the short term and ensure there are no delays in the procurement process. Along with new apparatus comes the need for new firehouses. Noma, Union Market, Capitol Riverfront, Navy Yard East, Wharf, City Center, Walter Reed, McMillan Drive, Skyland, Poplar Point. These new city landmarks contain substantial redevelopment and reallocation of land for high-density housing, all without an increase in fire and EMS resources. 1988 was the last year we built a new firehouse in the district and opened a new company. That was 37 years ago. We look forward to collaborating with the department to open a new firehouse on the RFK site and reopen Truck 1 in Fort Totten area to address critical gaps in aerial ladder coverage for that portion of the city. But all these objectives cannot be accomplished without dedicated firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs. Our members, who make up 80% of the fire and EMS department, consistently perform at the highest level, contributing to an outstanding city performance rating and, most importantly, saving countless lives. Despite these accomplishments, it's disheartening that our voices go unheard when we raise these concerns about staffing, retention, and areas for growth. Instead, we are frequently expected to achieve more with fewer resources. In this time of introspection about our budget, it's important to focus on the basic fundamentals in municipal government, public safety. I'm proud of DC firefighters and their work every day. As we head into what no doubt will be a busy summer, we need to focus on strengthening public safety to meet the needs of a growing district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoagland, and we'll certainly have some questions about the retroactive pay, and we'll get into that in a moment. Amy Morrow, Executive Director of DC Fire and EMS Foundation. No, when it's red, there we go.
Okay.
Red is on unusually because usually means no.
Good morning. My name is Amy Morrow, and I am Executive Director of the DC Fire and EMS Foundation and a lifelong resident of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to testify today in support of Mayor Bowser's FY26 operating budget for the DC Fire and EMS Department, but also to express concern over some items that have been removed from the capital budget. The mission of the foundation is to support the department and its heroic members by supporting their training, wellness and recognition, equipment, and facilities, and by educating the community about the department's life-saving mission. The residents of and visitors to the district are very fortunate to have a mayor and council committed to fully funding the life-saving services of this critical agency. I worked in public safety in the district for over 25 years, including almost 8 years as chief of staff of the fire department. In the past, it has not always been appropriately funded, and that reality had life and death consequences. I remind our residents and policymakers of the past because it is both a cautionary tale and a powerful lesson. The lesson is that investing in the DC Fire and EMS department saves lives. The mayor's FY26 operational budget proposal recognizes this by keeping the department's funding for the next year essentially level. While even a level budget requires some belt tightening, we are fortunate to see this continued commitment to residents' health and safety in the proposed budget. No matter how the local economy ebbs and flows when our DC neighbors and visitors call 911 for a fire or EMS emergency, they expect our firefighters and EMS personnel to respond quickly, compassionately, and competently. This operational budget proposes that, allows them to continue to do so, and I urge the council to approve it without any reductions. Unfortunately, the proposed capital budget eliminates funding for 2 critical projects. The department has started work on a sorely needed modernization of its training academy campus, a joint project with the Metropolitan Police Department. The current academy does not meet the modern needs of the agency. It is a patchwork of old buildings, including a falling apart building built in 1961 with substandard shower and bathroom facilities, an upper building built in 2003 with insufficient classroom space, and trailers that have supplemented instructor office space for decades. It is not a learning environment reflective of the incredibly challenging and honorable work that DC's bravest undertakes on a daily basis. The proposed capital budget also removes funding for the new apparatus maintenance facility. This project was planned to soon break ground with a general contractor selected. The current facility is small and insufficient for the level of work needed to keep our large and complex fleet running. This project would modernize the size and working conditions of the facility, as well as develop land in Ward 8. Because of the change in the budget, the project would either have to be paused or its size may be significantly reduced, which would defeat its original purpose. In the meantime, during the first half of this fiscal year, 49% of the time, ladder trucks were not available for daily operations because of maintenance or repair work, and 36% of the time, engines were not available, rather than 25%, the goal for this KPI measure. Our 911 callers need these units up and running every day. A new facility will improve these metrics, as well as the working conditions of the men and women who work at the shop. I urge the council to put funding for both of these critical projects back into the capital budget. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morrow. Thank you both for your testimony and your continued support of the fire and EMS department. It's extremely valuable to have both of your perspectives and partnership for these important issues. I want to start with the BSA subtitle dealing with the retroactive pay because I'm very concerned about this as even in the entire look at the budget. This strikes me as one of the areas that we really need to work council-wide to address. So for those who may be unfamiliar with this issue, essentially the union has collectively bargained a pay increase, and the BSA subtitle says that for agencies that those agreements were put into effect after May 15th, that retroactive pay will not be applied, which has always been the standard from my understanding, and which is the standard for other agencies. And so this would particularly affect our fire and EMS union, as well as our other attorneys unions in the city. And so, Dave, let's just start with some of the numbers if we can. What is the differential in pay between the last union contract and the one that was just signed that would go into effect after May 15th?
Yeah, so that's part of the issue, what's at issue. So we actually started bargaining, our CBA expired at the end of FY24. We've been in bargaining since last summer to renew it. And we still have not received an actual full compensation proposal from the district. So we're the third largest employee union. So first is WTU, which they negotiated in the fall. Then, as you're familiar, FOP had this arbitration award that's now being challenged by the city. So we were essentially up next. But with the challenges with the budget fix, they rolled all this money that they were going to pay FOP this year on into the Workforce Investment Fund for next year. So I think in their effort to get the CFO to certify the budget, this is their argument is the cap right now for proposed for workforce investment next year for FY26 is 251 million. So we still haven't actually gotten a legitimate compensation proposal back from the city. So we don't even know what it's going to be. We've made our proposal. We need them to come back to theirs. But, we're fast heading to an impasse if they're literally just telling us that they have no money. But to your point, historically, and Chief Donnelly over there has been on the job a lot longer than I have. But in any memory, there's never been an agreement we've negotiated on time. There's always been a retro payment associated with prior years. And the city's always frustrated because that creates challenges for their accounting purposes because they're reaching back to past years. But, I don't need to tell you how busy a fiscal year 25 it's already been for our members. So the fact that they would just circumvent the entire collective bargaining process and try to legislate around it is incredibly frustrating, rather than just putting forth a decent argument and a need for compensation.
Okay. So when you talk about the local IAFF 36 been bargaining in good faith for the last 8 months, talk to me a little bit more about what that process has looked like and the executive coming to the table or not coming to the table in those negotiations.
Yeah. So from the start, we haven't had any discussions on compensation. They just keep saying, hey, we need more time. We don't have any authority to bargain over compensation right now. So that's happened before, but we've sort of been patiently waiting. We were given signals that with this next budget cycle that resources and funds would free up. But now obviously that conversation has changed. So we followed all the rules. The current laws regarding bargaining have specific language where it talks about how we need to get our proposals in early so that they can properly account for it and be able to avoid retro payments and all of those impacts. So we've gotten everything in on time procedurally. We filed everything that we're supposed to. So it's just obviously incredibly unfair to us that then they would just try to legislate away their need to pay out a retro payment. Because by the time this is all said and done and this agreement's negotiated, fiscal year 25 will have come and gone. So when they implement the raise, it'll go back. MPD and WTU were into fiscal years 24 as well. To my knowledge, their agreements were a little bit older than us. But when we negotiated our last agreement, we were excited because we were off cycle of other bargaining units. But the negotiating process has been so backed up that it's done us no good.
And you talked about past years, how this is always the case that retroactive pay is applied. Over the last 5 or so years, what is the date by which the agreement is generally signed?
It's
Or I
always, we have, like I said, it's always been signed after. So this last agreement that we signed was a 4-year deal that expired FY 24. It cleared, once our members ratified it, it cleared the council's approval in December of 2022. And then it was not implemented until that spring of 23. So
But the retroactivity went into effect for the entire previous year.
yeah, it went back for the entire term of the prior contract that had expired, as is the normal practice. Like I've never heard of anything like this in legislative history of BSAs, and this is just not a practice, and is really not, this is to me, this is an example of them not bargaining in good faith, right?
Okay. Well, I am looking into this. We're gonna try to do everything we can to make this right. So thank you very much for raising it.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Ms. Morrow, about the Training Academy campus. You talked about the kind of needs for getting that money back in the budget. Do you know how much that was allocated for, or how much it needs to be completed?
I do have those numbers, not in front of me, but I can send as a follow-up.
Okay.
They have already, I know, spent money on architectural drawings, and we're pretty far along in the planning process. So to me, I think the important thing is just to get that chapter back in the book and to contribute as much dollars as can be found for that purpose, so that once things are easier in the capital budget landscape, we can keep the project going.
That would be great if we can have those numbers. I'm curious both of your perspective on this. We've talked a lot about in the last couple of months, and hopefully before that, about the need for additional mental health check-ins and resources for our firefighters, and especially given the tragedies of this past year and the mid-air collision. How has that been going with the updated kind of wellness checks and coordinators that have been sought to be implemented?
Yeah, so after the plane crash, Chief Donnelly tasked like an incident management team to continue to work on addressing these wellness challenges. So we've had a couple members who've gone into some inpatient treatment. We've had a couple members who've been being followed by the PFC, a lot of members who've gone out and gotten their own providers. So it's been very fragmented, right? So I think our goal in creating this wellness center is to have a central location that everybody can go where they can focus on their physical and mental health. So it's been challenging, but this is also sort of another key time period that we're watching because the dust has now settled and people are having some downtime to really digest what happened several months ago. So it's kind of a moving target that's going to keep emerging. So we figured that the most direct, easiest way to address this in the here and now is to work with this existing contractor we have while we continue to work on the PFC evaluation process to come up with, a more long-term sustainable solution for this wellness center. Chief Donnelly can speak, for instance, to the amount of patients, members we've had who are getting seen at the PFC versus, elsewhere for regular check-ins. And it really varies, but what we really want is a space where our members can go and not have a fear of just getting put off work or something like that for just talking about, sort of their day-to-day challenges, right? That way they can just kind of process this trauma that they've seen, keep working, stay healthy, and not really worry that somebody's going to tell them that, they can't perform. We're really trying to change the narrative about that and just get people to be more open about talking about what, and processing everything they see on their job daily.
Thank you.
I agree with Mr. Hoagland's comments. I think the department has done a lot of great work in this area over the last several years. They have a very strong peer support team. Now have their first in-house clinician who works with the members. But coordination, I think, is needed. You can never put too much attention and priority on this topic, given the extent of the need. And so the foundation, it's one of our priorities. And it was a big focus of the Legacy on Ice event and will be a focus on the funds that come from that event. And so we're happy to work in partnership with the union and the department to come up with sort of a modern vision for wellness and that need.
Thank you. And my hope is in the ongoing negotiations and conversations with PFC contract or whichever provider we use in the future, that care, physical and mental care, is really more embedded into the services that members are able to access when they need them. So thank you both. And then in terms of equipment, do you feel that this budget provides the department with what it needs to ensure that equipment is safe and going to keep firefighters safe?
Yes, so equipment more generally, PPE, we know there's an enhancement there to just purchase more of the structural firefighting PPE, which will go a long way towards our member safety. And it's going to be specifically outfitted with these personal escape systems that we've, talked to you about over the years, which is an easy way for firefighters to bail out of windows and upper floors if they're placed in danger. In terms of equipment and apparatus, the money is there to be allocated. It's a complex problem because we face pressures here. We need to get these fire trucks ordered as soon as possible because the lead time, if we're placing an order today, the fire truck's not getting a spot on the production line for another 3 years. So we're working with the department to see what we can do to heavily repair or refurbish our existing fleet, because there's some facilities where we can just send a fire truck and they'll strip it down and really work on it. So that's why this fleet maintenance facility is so important to get built as well. But even if we're sending apparatus out to get fixed, all of the shops outside of the city are backed up too. So we're really trying to push towards this refurb and reallocation of these capital assets and these apparatus there in the near term, while also making sure that there's minimal delays with procurement so that we can get on the books. And it really is going to require a lot of coordination between us and OCP to get these orders out the door. And separately, our international union is working on this a lot federally and filing a lot of antitrust lawsuits, et cetera, because there's been a huge private equity consolidation in the apparatus industry. So there's less companies to purchase fire apparatus from. They're charging more, they're consolidating their production. But what's important to us as a union is that we have the type of apparatus that keeps our members safe. So for a very long time, we've maintained the standard that we have stainless fire trucks constructed out of stainless steel rather than aluminum body cabs, because that keeps our members really safe in a busy urban environment where unfortunately there's just going to be accidents. So we're working in hand with the chief to really try to make sure that we stay on top of this, because we've got $93 million to do this, which is enough to keep us on this replacement schedule, provided the orders are placed in time and we do everything we can to address these backlogs, because otherwise our frontline pieces get completely worn down and then there's no time to repair the reserve pieces.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm way over my time. So
Yeah.
I'm going to turn. Okay. If you want to just quickly add a last thought.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that the longer times to get replacement means more in-house maintenance, which exacerbates the limitations of the current fleet facility.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to turn to my Ward 6 colleague, Councilor Charles Allen, who's also a member of the committee and the former chair of this committee. Councilor Allen?
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I definitely didn't want to take you off your time. You were on the right track with a lot of those questions, so thank you. I definitely want to echo and lift up what I think Chair Pinto has accurately pointed out, and I think, Mr. Hoagland, you brought this up around the retro pay. It's deeply concerning to me. I do think it borders on negotiating in bad faith. Every contract that I know I had the pleasure of reviewing, when I chaired the committee, and then I can recall in this, retro pay was part of those conversations, and to see a provision that would somehow block this retro pay, but other contracts for other of our emergency personnel and first responders, it doesn't seem fair. And I think it's going to undermine just the good faith confidence that we need to have. So I appreciate that Chair Pinto, it was the very first question she asked. So I'm confident this is definitely on her radar, and I appreciate that. She brought it up yesterday in some other conversations too. So I look forward to supporting however we can to get that fixed for our members. I wanted to ask you, I want to talk about the maintenance facility in just a moment. Before I get to that, though, I did want to ask Mr. Hoagland, I'll ask this to you, and then Ms. Mora, if you have anything you want to add to this too. I'm concerned, I brought this up during the oversight hearings. We're going to debate what happens at RFK, but let's ignore the elephant in the room for a second. We have to develop that site, right? So no matter what, we're going to push and pull on each other about what exactly goes there. We're going to have to build there. We have an opportunity to add thousands of new homes. There's nothing in any proposals right now that would add additional fire and emergency response capacity. And if I look at Engine 8, which is the closest to the RFK site, that's a tiny house. It's engine, it's EMS. I don't believe it's a ladder truck there. It certainly isn't going to meet the need of thousands and thousands of new homes and residents there. What are some of the lessons we've learned in Southwest and Buzzard Point, for example? There's a lot of similarities, actually. Southwest and Buzzard Point, you're kind of hemmed in by water on two sides. That would be true as well on the RFK site. So you only even have road access from a couple of angles. What lessons should we take from how we're building out Southwest without really adding too much additional capacity? We did rebuild Engine 7, but what do you think we need to be thinking about to demand that these are the types of considerations as we look at our redevelopment of RFK?
Yeah, so we've been pretty vocal that due to the size and scale of that, like the neighborhoods I mentioned in my testimony, for instance, right? Those newly dense neighborhoods, we've seen a 20% increase in population density in the district as a result of that, with no additional resources from fire EMS being put in place. So we're only getting busier, right? So the RFK site, right, wherever it ends up, as to your point, right, there's going to be a significant amount of residential development. Right. We're going to be adding a lot of density over there, and it's a very busy section of the city. Engine 8 has an engine, a medic unit, and an ambulance, and then we have a chief that runs out of there. So to your point, no aerial ladder coverage. And the RFK site is situated just across the river from that area of the city is just already incredibly busy, right? So if we opened a new firehouse there and put new companies there with new ambulances and fire trucks, et cetera, there would be plenty of space. So we're working with the department to update our geographic information system study that we had that was taking place just prior to the pandemic. So we've obtained data from OUC and we're analyzing all of our run volume, and we've got maps that essentially identify our gaps in NFPA 1710, which is the general standard for these response time goals and resource allocation. So we've already mapped that out. We've also reached out to the commanders to talk to them about it, because the other thing we'd love to see at an RFK site is, as you know, today's DC Firefighters Memorial Day, is that would be a great location for a memorial for DC firefighters as well, but also to let the commanders know that they're going to want some emergency response capacity there as well. Right. So I think, we appreciate the council's open dialogue about this, the deal, to make sure this is actually a really good deal for the city and the city's residents. And we want to see long-term residential density there, because obviously that leads to property tax revenues, right? So if we've got occupied residential units there, that's much more reliable income for the district than a stadium that's occupied for part of the year, right? But either way, no matter what way you hash it, we're going to need more apparatus there. So I want to make sure we've got a meeting come up with DEMPED too to raise our concerns, and Chief Donnelly's been advocating for it as well. So we're hopeful that that's something, because I think we got to remember a lot of these fundamentals here. It's great how the city's been developing and expanding, but you also need the basic tenets of a police department, a fire department, trash removal, you name it, et cetera.
And I think that's and I'm sure we have a little extra time. Some of the lessons we've seen in Southwest is high density buildings, which again, that's the right place to build high density, as no matter what we put on RFK, it's going to have density as it should. So you're going to need ladder apparatus.
Yeah.
And the calls for service are going to go up. And again, if you're hemmed in because you only have certain access points from a road perspective, we really got to be thoughtful of building that out. I'd also note from the water side, most of this site is going to be north of the CSX bridge, which means that depending upon what the tide is that at that exact moment, very little apparatus can get underneath the bridge and get up there from any type of water-based work. So I feel like this is a huge gap in terms of what's actually in the plan right now, and we need to be able to think this through. I'm grateful that you guys are, Chief Donnelly's raised it as well. So I want to see more on paper about what it actually is going to be and see some firm commitments. The last thing I was going to ask real fast, it was around the maintenance facility. So previously we had $86 million outlined for this. We've been talking about this for years. We've been working on a plan. It's desperately needed because our current maintenance facility just cannot handle what's needed. Ms. Mora, you outlined kind of what happens when certain apparatus is just offline. We are still digging through the budget. Obviously, we've only had about 48 hours, but if there's a significant reduction, I definitely want to have a better understanding of why would it be delayed when we know the need is so great? We've been working on the planning process. And then what does that translate to for the real impact for maintenance as well as training? Ms. Moore, anything you wanted to add to that? And then
I would just note that it is fortunate that there's funding for a new fireboat, which we know has always been a priority of yours. All of the money has been put in 1 year. That is going to be a multiple year project. So not to take away from it, but that perhaps presents an opportunity to maybe spread some of those dollars around so that we can keep all 3 of those projects going. So that is one idea that I had looking at the budget.
Thank you. Mr. Hoagland, anything you would add there?
Yeah, I think it's extremely important because my understanding of the project now is, to Amy's point, is it's just going to be incomplete, right?
Yeah.
We've only got enough money to basically build the foundation of this new apparatus shop. But it's really important for us to get ahead of this because the Engine 7 property is very old. It's an old shop. We want to have a state-of-the-art maintenance facility, but we also want to be able to attract heavy equipment mechanics to come and work for us. And, I know you've worked in the past with some legislation for approving the apparatus shop, but those issues still exist, and we need to continue to try to improve our shop. And a huge way to do that is getting a new centralized facility where we can manage the logistics of working on these apparatus better and coordinate it so we can actually fix something instead of waiting for it to break and then doing an emergency repair.
And to pair that maintenance with the training so that
Yep.
when the teams are coming in, you can do the maintenance and work and knock out some of the training at the same time.
Right.
And I mixed up my numbers earlier. Engine 7 is tiny over there in Southwest
Yeah.
next to the maintenance. It's got to get replaced. Engine 13 is the one we made some
Exactly.
significant improvements in and is remarkably better. So I appreciate the chair for letting me go over time. I am excited about the funding for the Glen. It's great to see it back on the water, and I know I'll follow up with Chief Donnelly on that too. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Councilor Allen. And on the fire boat, we see $7 million next year as well for the boat. So we'll make sure we follow up to make sure that there's sufficient funding for this year and next year for that maintenance. I want to thank you both again for your testimony and all you do year round for the fire and EMS department. It's extremely appreciated, and look forward to working closely together in the next couple of weeks to work on this budget. Thank you. I'd now like to call our government witness, John Donnelly, the Chief of Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. And Chief, if you have anyone from your team who'll be joining, they can come to the table as well. I'll ask you all to introduce your name and position for the record, and then I'll swear you all in before we hear the Chief's testimony. Could you turn your microphones on?
Yes, read yet. John Donnelly, Fire and EMS Chief.
John Coombs, Chief of Staff.
Michael Knight, Assistant Fire Chief for Professional Development.
Dan Proudfoot, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Great. Can you please turn your microphones on? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you. Chief, welcome. I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pino, Councilmember Allen, and staff. I am John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. I am pleased to testify in support of Mayor Muriel Bowser's fiscal year 26 budget. For those of you watching from home, my testimony is available on our website at fems.dc.gov. The mayor's proposed budget and financial plan reflects the changing circumstances and challenges of the district's financial picture in 2025. In building the Grow DC budget, the mayor was guided by our goals: growing DC's economy, right-sizing government spending, cutting red tape, and making it easier to do business in DC, and investing in shared priorities. As I shared with you in March at my performance oversight hearing, the employees of DC Fire and EMS have shown time and time again this year why we call them DC's bravest. From the response and rescue of a resident trapped in a vehicle that had crashed into a building and caught fire, to the heroic response to the plane crash over the Potomac River, to the 220,000 responses we do every year. I recognize and thank the committed employees of DC Fire and EMS for their care and diligence in delivering excellent services to the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. The FY26 proposed gross operating budget for the department is a little over $369 million, which funds 2,265 employees. The proposed budget reflects the following changes across funding categories. For our local funds, a net increase of $437,000. For the special purpose revenue funds, a nominal net decrease of $1,000, but allowing us to maintain our overall funding stability. In federal grant funds, a net increase of $66,000, with the total rising slightly from $6.7167 million to $6.723 million, primarily due to adjustments in contractual service needs. While the gross proposed budget is relatively static, the Grow DC budget includes $7.3 million in targeted enhancement that reflects the mayor's clear confidence in the dedication, professionalism, and critical life-saving role of our department in the community. These investments support both frontline operations and behind-the-scenes systems that enable our personnel to deliver life-saving services every day. The enhancements include $4.9 million as a one-time enhancement to support the basic life support transport services for patients, as well as to bolster our ambulance billing infrastructure and Medicaid cost recovery operations. This funding will align the existing cost of services with our budget without the need for reprogramming later in the year. Our workforce and clinical support enhancements. Supporting our workforce remains our top priority. The FY26 budget includes $1 million one-time enhancement to expand the services provided through the police and fire clinic, reinforcing our commitment to employee mental health, occupational health, and injury prevention, and $500,000 to cover the costs associated with our hiring examinations for DC residents, ensuring that we continue to attract and evaluate the best qualified candidates. For safety and technology improvements, we continue to prioritize firefighter safety and operational resilience. The FY26 budget provides $500,000 to supplement the procurement of new firefighter safety gear. And it also provides $350,000 to fully fund the whole blood transfusion program, which in its first year of operation transfers to over 250 units of blood. In addition, $447,000 is allocated to critical technology and security equipment that will enhance the safety, reliability, and cybersecurity posture of our operations. Essentially, this equipment is needed to keep our system safe and resistant to technology problems, either from failures or from outside the organization. Realignment and efficiencies. Finally, the executive has proposed several adjustments aimed at increasing operational efficiency. First, we removed $4.8 million in one-time funding that was included for the FY25 budget for the purpose of catching up in our structural PPE purchases. We have 867,000 in cost savings improvement through internal efficiency improvements and cost containment measures. 897,000 has been added to our local budget to reflect the permanent shift of 860,000 and 7.5 full-time equivalents from federal grants, along with 37,000 in personal service adjustments. This reflects positions converted from separate single role providers paid to Medicaid grant funds to dual role providers paid through local funds. As part of the district-wide cost savings measure, the agency's budget reflects a one-time reduction of $2 million related to step increases and associated fringe benefits. This reduction spans local and special purpose revenue funds and includes a $72,000 decrease in federal grants. That's not eliminating step increases, even though it may sound like that. That funding is being moved centrally into the district government. A well-funded and consistently executed capital improvement plan is essential for sustaining the operational readiness, safety, and effectiveness of a modern fire and EMS department. Fire engines, ladder trucks, rescue units, and transport units, in addition to the other specialized vehicles, operate under demanding conditions and must be on a regular life cycle to ensure reliability, minimize downtime, and keep pace with evolving safety standards and technologies. Delays in vehicle replacement increases the risk of failure during critical incidents and places additional strain on units. The FY26 capital budget continues to allow the department to purchase and replace the apparatus we need, but we are experiencing long lead times, as discussed a few moments ago. Equally important are the facilities that support our 24-hour live and work operations. Fire stations or firehouses are not just garages for apparatus. They are homes, workplaces, and logistical hubs. Ongoing small capital investments are necessary to modernize these facilities, address deferred maintenance, improve energy efficiency, and ensure our personnel work in safe, functional, and respectful environments. This includes upgrades to kitchens, bunk rooms, HVAC systems, physical fitness spaces, and IT infrastructure. The FY26 fully funds our small capital improvements program with $4.5 million plus $1.5 million in funding to continue our station generator replacement. This is our number one priority. We got to keep what we have working. Finally, the mayor's capital budget fully funds the replacement of the Fireboat 1, the John Glenn, with $25.35 million in 26 and $7 million in 27. We're pleased to report that the John Glenn has returned from dry dock and is serving in the district's waterways and ready for the summer season. The replacement of the Glenn has been a long-term goal of the mayor and members of the council. We are grateful that we can fully proceed with this project. The design is about to be underway. The procurement for that should be coming to the council from OCP soon, so we can get that done. Once design and engineering are complete, we will be able to begin the bid and construction process. This is a long-term project, so we should have reasonable expectations on that. Chairperson Pinto, this budget balances fiscal responsibility with strategic investments that strengthen our core mission and helps us deliver the exceptional public safety services to our residents and visitors of the city. I appreciate the continued partnership and support of Mayor Bowser, this committee, the council, and our labor unions as we work through this. I welcome any questions you have.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. And thank you to all who've joined you today, and your team and everybody who works at the department and provides life-saving services to district residents and visitors 24/7. It has been a very active year, unfortunately, and we are extremely grateful for the sacrifice and thoughtfulness that every member of the department places in this important work every day. We're going to do 10-minute rounds for colleagues. So I want to start, Chief, with an understanding of your perspective of the retroactive pay issue. So when we heard testimony from Mr. Hoagland around the union coming to the table for the last 8 months, seeking to negotiate in good faith and not having a response from the executive of what the pay increases will be, and now this kind of new retroactivity language in the BSA. What happened?
So, President Hoagland's right.
Microphone.
You need that. President Hoagland's right. We have been at the table negotiating for the last 8 months. Department as well as the union have spent a lot of time and effort to work through a lot of non-compensation issues. The compensation issues have been held up with I think President Hoagland described it exactly as it happened. I think that the impact of a non-retroactive contract, if it were delivered in a way, if we were to do a contract and it had money that was owed in it, that would be a very bitter pill to swallow for the workforce. It's different. There's a lot of challenges in this budget, so I think there may be creative solutions if they are able to negotiate. You could back end load it so you don't have to have it. I understand President Hoagland's concern about the precedent setting of this, and that's this isn't something we're going to need. You would need to talk through the lawyers on that. There may be a way to work through this, but that then involves having faith in the negotiations, which I think is going to be a challenge for people to have, or for our members to have with us if this goes through. So at the same time, there's only so much money to work with. And one of the important things that's happened in this budget is we got the increases in the things we need to do our job. And, the way this happened, the way the world's changed really since January, we don't have the money. And that situation's changed. So somehow this has got to get figured out.
So when you say we got the increases we needed to do our job, how do we square that with President Hoagland's comments that the increases are not determined yet through the contract?
Increases in the salary, we didn't get, so we got what I meant to, or I guess more clearly what I said, and what I was trying to say is our costs of doing business have been going up, right? So the cost of our Digitech billing that recovers the Medicaid money that comes back into the budget, it needs to be in our budget, right? That isn't something that was there before. So that money's there. The cost of buying apparatus has gone up. So that money's there. The cost of buying our PPE has gone up. That money's there. We found money in the budget for whole blood, but we needed money in order to sustain that. So we got the non-personal services money. The fire chief doesn't generally negotiate, to my knowledge, negotiate the compensation issues. That happens in the process. So we don't have that in the budget at this point.
Okay, thank you. Well, I look forward to continuing our conversations there.
Absolutely.
During performance oversight, we talked a little bit about the staffing factor, and you noted then that the department remains below the
Yeah.
staffing factor. What would, do you have currently what you need in next year's budget to increase that?
So we have 1 or 2 vacancies, or single digit number of vacancies in our in the firefighting ranks. That still leaves us at 1.37-ish on our staffing factor, where we should be at 1.4-ish. And that means that there's 100 authorized employee strength, roughly, a little bit over that you would need to get authorization for and budget for in order to hire. So we're not going into the season, going into FY26 with those new 100 positions now. But we're in a much better spot than we've ever been in terms of being staffed. The two issues are a little different.
But you need 100 additional FTEs to
Meet the staffing factor.
Okay, and that's not anticipated in this budget.
No.
Okay. And I'm concerned because I also see a decrease for 24 FTEs for fire rescue services. One of the things we also talked about during performance oversight with your department and with HCMO is that fires are increasing in the district.
Yes, they are.
So how are we going to square the increase in fires and need for response with a 24-person reduction in this
Sure.
division?
Dan,
So I can take that. The vast majority of that is just, unfortunately, as you know, it's a snapshot in time when the budget's pulled for these numbers. So if you look at the training line of that same table 4, you'll see an increase of 22. And so that's really, depending on when the numbers are pulled for the budget. If there's a bunch of recruits in the training academy, it shows up under training. And then when they go to operations, it shows up in operations or fire rescue. So there's always, every year, if you look back at budget books, huge swings between those two, just depending on how many are in recruiting versus how many are out in operations. That will continue it forever because those positions always move back and forth.
Okay, so there only is a reduction in 2.
It's 2.9, I believe, overall.
Okay.
that's 3. We don't have a 0.1.
Well, it's okay. It's a reduction of 3, and that was the elimination of 3 single role FTEs out of the Medicaid budget.
Got it. Okay. Following the congressional action cutting our local budget, did those cuts impact the department?
So, for FY 25, the primary cuts have been additional processes, or which isn't a cut, but there's been additional processes. We did not have to
We have had a few frozen civilian positions that we have delayed hiring. That is about it.
And how many is a few?
we could follow up with the exact, but it's less than 7 or 8.
Okay, and how about for the overtime waivers?
So we submitted and have received the overtime waivers. We've been doing the special events. We've been able to send people to training. So we have not had a problem there.
Okay, so during performance oversight, we talked about your overtime needs, and you said that 65% of overtime costs come from backfilling vacated operational seats due to leave, other issues, with
Leave
training.
details to training,
Yeah,
things like that.
so how is this budget gonna support more full-time positions and less of a reliance on overtime, especially if 65% of which can potentially be accounted for through another measure?
Yeah, so there's a lot of layers to that, right? Right now, we have about 100 people in different places in a pipeline for EMT school. All of those people, or not all of them, but I think 70 or so of them today are out of operations, and we're backfilling those positions. But we need paramedics, right? We have to invest in sending them there. You have to do that type of thing. When we run, so that's the biggest detail out of operations that might be considered discretionary. The rest of them are leave programs, and we have a lot of leave programs. We also recently changed the way we do sick leave to remove a clinic, a follow-up or a visit in many cases. And we did that because we were hearing that people didn't, that caused challenges with taking off when you needed a day for your mental health, right? The things we were talking about there. But we've seen an increase in leave usage around that. But the corollary should be that our people are healthier. And what we're looking to see is if there's a drop in the longer term leave associated with that type of thing, and it's just a day here or a day there. So some of that's that we're looking to see if it's going to stabilize, but we do have a lot of leave programs, and we administer all of them, as efficiently as you can within the law, but there's a lot of options.
And quickly before the bell what's the status of the paramedic school?
So the paramedic school had their first advisory board meeting recently. They are actively recruiting a director. Dr. Wittberg, our medical director, has sat on the interview panel with that. The partnership with Howard for clinical rotations is in place. So we're moving along. It's good stuff.
Okay. We'll ask and that we stay close on that for those timelines.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to turn to my colleagues for 10-minute rounds. We will start with Councilmember Allen, then Councilmember Henderson, and then Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto, Chief and team. Good to see you again. Chair Pinto's already covered this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Just want to echo those comments around our retro pay for the men and women serving. Again, having gone through this multiple times previously with previous contracts, I've never seen where the retro pay somehow gets excluded, even though negotiated. So I think I'll just say, you don't have to respond to this. I can hear in your voice that you understand the issue and understand the impact it would have on that. And I certainly hope that we can all work together to find a solution. And again, I'm glad that Chair Pinto is already on this and sees how important this is. So don't have to respond to that, but I just acknowledge I can hear it in your voice. You understand this needs to get fixed too. Let me spend a moment, because I think this will be a little bit of a conversation. We talked about this briefly at the oversight hearing, and I mentioned this with President Hoagland. I am concerned that, again, regardless of what actually ends up getting built to the RFK site, I think we all agree we have to, it is such an opportunity to build more city there. And it's a space where we need to build more density. We currently have Engine 8, which will not be able to serve the RFK neighborhood. I think there's actually a lot of similarities between the way we've seen the growth of Southwest and Buzzard Point, which has water on two sides. So you can really only access it from our traditional apparatus, our land-based apparatus from two sides. Very similar to what's going to happen at RFK. We're going to have high density buildings as we build this out. And if we don't plan now, I'm afraid we're going to end up with no place to put any future apparatus. Engine 8 has an engine and a medic unit, and that's really about it. There's no ladder truck. There's nothing else there. Should we be looking at, it is also an older building. Should we be looking at rebuilding Engine 8 so that it is a larger firehouse that can handle more capacity to serve the neighborhood as well as the future RFK neighborhood? Should we be looking at actually building out a station in and within the RFK complex? Can you just outline how you're going about that planning process? Because right now there's nothing, there's no dollars committed to it. There's nothing in paper. It's all something everyone recognizes is needed, but there's actually no plan.
Yeah. So President Hoagland gave a nice summary of a lot of the things working on around that. Let me take one step back and say that as we look across the city and we look at the standards of cover as the safety measure of what we really want, how long it takes apparatus to get somewhere, we have gaps, right? We're not meeting that. A lot of that is due to demand. The demand shifts, the pattern shifts during the day from different places, and it's not all concentrated in one area, right? Columbia Heights is a hot spot at a certain time of day. Downtown is at a different time of day. East of the river is at a different time of the day. So all of those things together mean we're always looking for options. So the current first thing we're working on before this RFK came up is restoring a ladder truck in the Fort Totten area that would serve both all the development around the Fort Totten Metro Station and the new work at the reservoir. There's a lot of houses going in there. So a ladder truck at 14 engine would go in. We applied for a SAFER grant last year and didn't get that, but learned some things from the process. We're applying again, and I think in the budget that's not a feasible ask right now, but the work we do in that is helpful in putting a package together for that. And the way we analyze that is to look at the stands of cover. So when the discussion about actually developing the RFK site came up, everybody was like, we have a big gap in resources getting across the river into the east side of the river, regardless of what's built there. We could use another firehouse basically where RFK sits. So we've been beginning to scope that out. DGS is aware of that. I think the preliminary drawings you see don't eliminate any of that. I think what we would, you know, my suggestion at this point of what to build there is something like we build a 13 engine in that hotel that has an engine, a ladder truck, potentially a battalion chief, and 2 transport units, maybe some specialty units to access
I'd
the
agree
river.
with you. I'm just going to jump in because my time's going to keep ticking down. I think you're right. I think Engine 13 is a great example of how we built out and expanded capacity within high density. Everyone was concerned the windows weren't going to work. It worked just fine. And so I think that's a really great example of how to do it.
So one of the interesting things though is the development at the wharf we haven't seen a huge increase in call volume there, right? And 13 and 7 to some extent absorb those calls. When we rebuilt 13, we didn't increase the service there. Right. We just moved fire trucks into a nicer and bigger firehouse. What we're talking about at RFK is we need to increase services.
Correct.
Right. That's what we're talking about. I wouldn't touch 8-inch other than to make it a nicer place to work.
Yeah, I'm sure they like a nicer place. But I completely agree with you that that's in my mind when I think about examples of where we could do it, but we have to add service at RFK.
Yeah, we have to.
And here's my concern. There's 0 in the term sheet that's in front of us, 0 in terms of the proposal that's in front of us that envisions that. And if I have 20/20 hindsight, if I look back at the wharf, the opportunity we lost was when we could have rebuilt and made it a part of the deal, rebuilt our harbor patrol units, right? We had the ability to do it. We chose not to. We could have negotiated that in. So we're still stuck with kind of older physical, even though we got some of our new boats in, we're still stuck there. That to me is an opportunity that's in front of us, is to get that as part of whatever this deal looks like at the end of the day, to make sure we encompass that. So that's going to be one of my many priorities on that site. Jumping quickly to our repair and maintenance facility. I want to make sure I understand where we are in the budget. Previously, we'd had $71 million that was pre-encumbered in terms of capital dollars. We're down to just $1 million for FY26 in this capital budget. And maybe this is for Mr. Proudfoot too. Are the capital dollars that were previously encumbered for this project still there? Or are we down to did we just go from an $86 million maintenance facility to a $1 million, we're not building one?
So the FY25 dollars are still there. I got to go back and look at the numbers and look at the pre-encumbrance specifically in terms of how that shakes out with the development of the budget coming out as it did.
So I believe it's about $42 million. But so what's going on there? There's 5 phases to that project. The first one is the groundwork and building the garage for the Office of the State Superintendent, school buses and fueling station. So that will be proceeding. The second phase is building the primary maintenance facility. And I think that's the funding we have for those 2 things. Then phase 4, a logistics warehouse, and I think it's a wash bay, or it's much more complex than that. But and some heated storage is not. And that's currently the portion that's unfunded.
Right. Okay.
And we're hoping to find a way to do that over time. I understand the concern.
I can't budget hope though.
I
So
understand.
I want to find, I mean, we all agree, this is a really important needed project. So we've got to prioritize this. I'm concerned that we're seeing these capital dollars slide out of a project that's needed. It's a public safety priority, period. It directly impacts our ability to keep the apparatus on the road and serving. So I look forward to working with you and with Chair Pinto and others to see what we can do there. I wanted to touch on 1 or 2 more quick issues before my time runs out. The budget seems to include $1 million focused on, or I believe it's added, so new dollars to support police and fire clinic services.
So most of that is a cost of doing business increase.
Okay.
They have a new contract, right? But we did add some services in there. We're doing physical assessments at the clinic now. We're doing fit tests there now. Those are the bigger things, but it's mostly a cost of doing services under the new clinic contract.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to understand is, were we looking at getting a new contractor, or this is just additional services for the existing provider?
So we're in the process of, we're along the way of renewing for the next year, but we have a joint project to scope out and reimagine what a statement of work looks like for the clinic, better defining what we want out of it and looking through the options for that. And then that will go out to bid and we will see what happens.
Okay. And lastly, as my time expires, obviously I am very excited that Glenn is back on the water. When we did the blessing of the fleet just a couple of weeks ago, the Glenn was out there, and I think that was the first week or 2. So it was good to see the Glenn back. I am very excited that we've got the funding in place. You're correct to temper expectations that this doesn't mean that a new boat is coming in 6 months. It takes some time to build this thing. but the contract from OCP, is it sitting at OCP currently? It should be coming to the council soon?
It should be coming to council soon, is my understanding, and that's for the design build portion, the
Mhm.
study. After that, then we get to put out
Then
to
we actually have
spend
to build
the $34 million, whatever it is, for the new boat.
Right. But if we've landed on a dollar figure ballpark, that tells me you have confidence that the dollar figure is going to build the type of boat we need.
We're gonna get
As
a heck
close
of
as
a
you can get.
boat for $34 million. It's gonna be big.
It's Fireboat 1, right?
It'll be a new fireboat.
That's right. So it's supposed to be that. It is the only Fireboat 1 in the water.
Yes.
All right. I appreciate it. I know my time's expired. The chair's stepped away, so I think I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson for her round.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good now afternoon, Chief. I want to start with some questions that have an intersection between the work that you all do and then the work that I do as chair of the Committee on Health. I don't think a lot of people realize that FIMS is very much on the front line in terms of our fight around opioids. I was actually just looking at the data on the dashboard, and while we have seen fatal deaths, fatal overdoses decline, we have seen an increase in the number of non-fatal overdoses that have occurred. Even in the past month, we're up 11% from where we were before, 453. I wanted to ask about the new program that you all instituted last year, where if a person is declining transport, you have a team of folks who come back and essentially circle back around to have conversations with those folks and hopefully conversations and steps towards moving to treatment. Does this budget allow for you all to maintain that work?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you feel like we're at a place where we should expand the number of teams that are available?
No.
No.
I mean, if you look at our buprenorphine numbers, which is one of the options that they have to do, we're not getting a lot of uptake from people,
Interesting.
right? But we are getting a lot of people either through our crews or through interactions with our teams that are going into the Stabilization Center. Psychiatric Institute of Washington has recently partnered with us and opened their doors better, more easily, so that we're seeing patients going there now as well. So we have options, but I'm not. I think we're in a pretty decent spot of where we are.
Okay.
There's a lot of other things that need help as well, right? We are.
Yep. Let's talk about some of those. So I noted that there's a proposed decrease in your public safety and health division, in particular, the health safety preparedness division. A proposed cut of about $344,000 and losing 2 FTEs that are full-time FTEs. My understanding is that those 2 FTEs were Medicaid funded. This is in the Office of Health and
Yeah. So
Safety
we
Preparedness.
converted those into our local funds.
Oh, okay. These are
Right.
conversions.
Yes.
All right. Great. In terms of the cut, what is that cut as a result of, though?
So the 344 is going to be partially that, and we can get back to you on what the rest of it is.
Okay.
It's, I doubt it's a cut. I think a lot of these, and unfortunately, the way the table 4 breaks down, I get your question. I'll have to look in to see. More often than not, it's a shift.
Okay.
But we'll get back to you on that.
All right.
I think there was some one-time cost associated with when they came over with the grant to buy computers and
For
equipment
administrative.
that they needed. I believe that's why that looks like that.
All right. Okay. Let's talk overtime. So the proposed budget includes an increase in overtime of about 60 grand, which, let me tell you, you're one of the very few agencies that saw an increase in their overtime, even though overtime spending has been up across the board. So this would bring overtime to about 23.9 million, or as you say, 24 million to round it up. Is the 60 grand a meaningful increase for FEMS?
No, I mean, that's not going to get us to the number we ultimately spend. But some of that comes back in other ways through federal reimbursement, through a special purpose revenue fund. So it's pretty complicated in terms of that. But yeah, that's not gonna be the same thing.
Okay. These are one of those questions where it's always tough for folks to admit that we use overtime in such a good, heavy clip in terms of capacity, but when we have staffing challenges, this is one of the things that happens. On that, I noted,
So
that for your contracting budget, there's going to be an increase there of about 6.6 million. A large chunk of that is for third-party ambulance contracts. Can you share what the additional increases are for? Is it they are increasing capacity, or is this, I'm not going to call it standard. 3 million in a year is a lot. So I'm not going to call that a standard cost of doing business, but can you speak a little bit about that?
So that contract had been flat for a long time. So there's a new contract. So there's some of that. There'll be a marginal increase in services, but it's really cost of doing business.
Okay. And it's same vendor.
Yes.
Are we satisfied with that vendor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I, the challenge with the fire department and overtime in a lot of ways is around having to have a number of people in seats. And that's a good thing, right? Because we do that for safety to make sure that there's people available. But one of the challenges that we earlier you heard 65% is filling the empty seats. One of the challenges is that we use overtime for like our instruction staff at the training academy, and it doesn't make sense if they're there 2 days a week. It makes more sense to pay people overtime than it does to hire a whole bunch of FTEs that are, because we want to keep a 1-to-5 instructor ratio. And when we're running 2 or 3 schools at a time, you're still not doing, you could reduce the instructor ratio, but that's a safety issue. So we do use overtime there. And then with the special events, I don't have weekend and employee people. So overtime is going to drive that. And I think those are big challenges when you look at the budget.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's helpful clarification in terms of the training academy staff, because that makes sense. If you're only going to do it for 2 days a week, why would we hire a full-time FTE to do that? But I think you also underscored something that I hope our friends on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue are listening to. Every time we have a special event, we support that. The district supports that. And while you have excellent staff at fire and EMS, I don't think any of them are willing to volunteer their time.
Not at all.
Okay.
We have a contract that fits that.
Yes. All right. On the question in terms of training and development, I know you talked a little bit with Councilmember Allen about the paramedic program. We're seeing an increase in training and development overall. So 6.9 million, 22 FTEs. Is that for the paramedic program?
So no, that's a shift that we just talked about.
The shift. Okay.
It's-
I feel like for all the time that OCFO takes on these things, we could have a better narrative of what's happening in the tables, but that's okay. Okay, that's helpful. In terms of the paramedic training program, when we spoke at Performance Oversight, you shared that the program's tentative launch was spring 2026. Are we still on track?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a meeting for tomorrow on it. I haven't
Okay.
had an update.
All right. Well, if something changes,
Yeah.
certainly let us know on that front. In that regard, my understanding is that Coolidge High School is launching a EMT program. Are they working with you all in terms of advisory?
So yes.
Okay.
So we've had a number of conversations with Coolidge going back 3 or 4 years, and we had approached them about that. And I know they've got a nice healthcare program over there. They've got a great facility.
Right.
They've got a dedicated administration to finding things that students are interested in and making it successful. So we're working with them in an advisory manner, and we'll do whatever we need to do to support them.
Okay. All right. All right. Fire inspections and permitting. So this division, fire inspections, permitting, fire code enforcement is getting an overall increase, but not an increase in terms of FTEs. I'm seeing about 70 grand in terms of an increase for fire code or fire inspection team. What's the enhancement for?
Sorry, are you looking at the fire prevention line on the table 4? That's what you're looking at?
Oh, it's in the pivot table. So the data dump that we received,
Oh, well, I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
$60,000?
70.
70. Okay.
Yeah. In terms of fire inspections, permitting, fire code enforcement, we didn't see an increase in FTEs. In terms of requests, is this division appropriately staffed to meet the need?
I think so.
Alrighty. Um, we talked a little bit about overtime, so I won't go into the sort of specifics there. And Councilmember Allen stole my thunder. I was going to ask about the boat. I'm very excited about that. The boat is very exciting. Okay, I did want to have one question. So, there's a BSA subtitle that proposes repealing non-lapsing funds and repealing a variety of different things. One of the funds is the automated external defibrillator registration fee fund. This is kind of FIMS adjacent. Do you have any concerns about repealing the fund? And to your understanding, what were you all using the money for?
So we have bought AEDs with it to help get AEDs in the community. That fund's really targeted to try and get the community to buy their own and support them in that. It's like a camera program.
Okay.
So we would like that money to be there. I feel like there's people that want them, and we just haven't hit the right either combination of funding for them to have them or hit the right audiences. But we know from our cardiac arrest survival rate and the national things that our AED utilization in this city is way below. We're still performing at one of the highest levels in the country of cardiac arrest survival where AEDs are used, but we could do better as a community, and we need more AEDs out there.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much. Chief, good to see you.
You too.
Thanks to you and all of our first responders who are working tirelessly every day to deliver life-saving services to our residents. I know it's a really tough job, so I want to make sure everybody hears our gratitude. I have one particular topic today I wanted to discuss with you, which is the police and fire clinic.
Okay.
So PFC Associates LLC is the current contractor responsible for operating the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they've had it for several years now.
They've probably had it for more than a decade or two my understanding is they're the only ones that we've had since we moved away from the old model.
Okay, I got it. Under the contract, PFC is responsible for providing occupational health care services to first responders in the district. So this includes things like medical evaluations, return to duty exams, mental health referrals, and routine health screenings for active duty personnel. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's sort of like so our employees our uniformed employees don't fall under workers' comp. So it's a combination of it's workers' comp plus the types of screenings we need in the fire service to meet this sort of industry standards to prevent disease and make sure people are healthy enough to do the job. So the annual physical, things like that.
And are you aware that both the firefighters union and police union have submitted formal complaints regarding the quality of service?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain why the input of both of the largest unions representing first responders wasn't included in the contract selection process?
I think you'd have to ask OCP.
Aside from union leadership, are you aware that multiple individuals have also contacted the council with specific complaints about their treatment at the clinic?
Yeah, I mean, generally we have, so anytime you're dealing with workers' comp,
Yeah.
there's going to be people that are unhappy. I think that there's always the opportunity to do better, and we support that. And we've spent a lot of time working with the clinic to do that. And we've taken input from our employees. They want to do the fit test there so they don't have multiple stops. And our adoption of NFPA 1500 as a safety standards has a lot of impact on the clinic. So we've included all of that in the work that's going on there. there's still work to do, but we also have good stories from the clinic, right? It's not all bad, and there's always more to them, to each good and bad story when you dig into them. So yes, I'm aware and
What-
working a lot on it.
What are the different complaints that you're aware of? Just want to make sure we have the same ones in mind.
So we have mental health complaints that
Mhm.
they didn't, they don't believe that the clinic listened to their doctor. We also have, well, I shouldn't have gone to therapy first. I should have had an MRI. But in a lot of cases, that's not necessarily the normal course of treatment.
Meaning not liking the recommendation.
Not liking the order that the
treatment is-
doctor's doing it in. Therapy might be for a shoulder strain, for instance, then sometimes the normal course of action for the doctor is physical therapy, then an MRI if it doesn't work. So there's that. We have complaints.
Nobody likes physical therapy. I just want to say, as someone who's always in physical therapy, but
I'd
okay,
rather
go
do
on.
Physical therapy than get a surgery. So
That's true. Okay.
but I think there's a wide variety of complaints, just like I may have with my primary care provider when I go in sometimes. Not always happy with what I get. So there's a lot of that. We take each complaint that comes up seriously. We address it. We investigate it. We talk about it.
So you track all the complaints that come to you?
So
The
any
fire
complaint
department
that-
does?
There's a complaint process at the clinic that, yeah, we should have a list of complaints there.
Okay.
Most of them come through the union, and they're asked and answered in sort of an informal way there. So I may not have all of the complaints, and I may not have all the ones you have.
Fair enough. Is there data, complaint data that could be shared with the committee?
I can,
Okay.
we'll follow up.
Okay, so the proposed FY 26 budget has a $1 million enhancement for the clinic, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and was any of that funding conditioned on improved service delivery or a new provider?
No.
Okay, okay, so what's the need for the increase?
So the contract process last year gave this is the new price of the contract. We've also added some services in that new contract, things like the physical assessment as part of your annual physical. What else have we added? Now we can get a list of what was added, but it's part of the new cost of the clinic.
Are there any, what's the right word? Are there any stipulations on the contract to address the complaints that have been raised?
So there's in the contract, there's a complaint process for complaints that come to the clinic that they are adjudicated that way. That's the list I was thinking of when I
Sure.
said that we can see what we have there and what's gone through that process.
That I get. What I'm trying to figure out is if the contracting process, if that was an opportunity to get more accountability regarding some of the complaints that have come in.
So I think the accountability all those processes are in place there.
Mhm.
And, you know, when people bring things to us, we address them and deal with them.
Are you seeing any systemic issues?
I think the systemic issues are a little different. The clinic gets the focus of how the fire department in general struggles with dealing with mental health issues.
Yeah.
And I think that they, as our workers' comp provider, they get feedback when people aren't happy with the outcome. And that's a challenge, right?
Mhm.
So we're working very hard to put a lot of different things in. We're working with the local, and we have been for a number of years, to improve things like peer support, things that build trust with our employees so that they're not engaged in a way that they're always suspicious. We are currently, right, even though we went through a contracting process, we are working with Local 36 now and reimagining what a statement of work looks like there, so that we can, the contract is in the process of being renewed for the next year, because the statement of work process take a long time.
Yeah.
We're going to work through that and describe what a wellness center looks like so that it can go out to bid again.
I see. So the option year that's about to be exercised is going to buy you time to go back out for bid.
Yes.
So for the first time, you would be opening it up. First time in a long time, you'd be opening up to a new potential
So
operator.
I think it was open about a year and a half ago.
But nobody
the-
bid on
I
it.
don't know if nobody bid or
Yeah.
nobody was accepted. Nobody's
Okay.
bids were accepted or the window wasn't all that long.
Okay.
And it went back to PFC. What we've talked about with OCP is keeping it open long enough that people have an opportunity to respond and being very clear about what we want.
Okay. We have OPC in our committee, so if there's anything I can do to help with that, let me know. We'll add it to our questions for that oversight hearing as well. Have you ever discussed with them, with OPC, opening it up? So I don't know if this is desirable or not, but with ORM's workers' comp program, people, there's a whole network of doctors, et cetera. Is that something feasible for the fire and police department, or is it just too different?
So I think one of the reasons the clinic exists is because the police and fire injuries and work schedule and needs are a lot different than the
Mhm.
general workforce.
Sure.
I
Makes
think
sense.
if there's a consortium that's doing DC workers' comp, if they're interested in bidding on that, that they'll have that opportunity. But they'll have to understand all the things that are going to go into that.
Makes sense. And I don't necessarily hold that up as the example. There's a lot of people who have criticism
Oh.
with that system too, so.
So if one of the things that may happen in the process, right, is we may end up with a different vendor for our wellness program and a different vendor for our occupational health program.
Oh,
Or-
that'd be
or
interesting.
maybe a sub that works with somebody. And if we were to take those two and keep them separate, then I think our complaints go down.
That's interesting.
Because people, the clinic is primarily and traditionally our contract with them has been occupational health. We've been moving them for the fire service side, not the MPD side, to be a wellness program as well. Even though it was always written in the contract management, the union has changed the way we approach the clinic. We want more of a wellness program for our employees.
Great. Any idea is there any contingency plan if the option year contract is disapproved by council?
I don't know what we do. I'd probably end up in, I don't know, would we end up in ORM? And then I just send all the complaints to the council.
To the council, okay. All right, good to know.
Not touching that one.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Nadeau. All right, Chief, let's talk a little bit about some of the capital investments that
Yes, ma'am.
the mayor's proposed budget makes. So I see about $195 million for pumper trucks, ladder trucks, heavy rescue trucks, ambulance, a fireboat, and some of the other fleet vehicles that we need. How many of each vehicle do you intend on purchasing with this money? And is that going to be sufficient for your current needs?
That's an easier report to give you than to give it to you verbally.
Okay.
In the sense, we have a longstanding sort of fleet replacement plan that we did when we did a assessment of the fleet. And a plan that we've been following to make the fleet operation better. We also use CARS, which is the city's sort of scheduling replacement plan. We're funded to that. Right now, today, pumper costs $1.5 million. A ladder truck's $2.5 million. Rescue squad's around 1.8. Ambulances are a little over 500,000. Those, if we start dividing the numbers, that's what we plan to buy. We're looking at least 10 ambulances a year, things like that. We'd like to do 2 ladder trucks, I think, and 5 engines a year, somewhere in that range. The problem and the money that you see there is that the delivery's taking so long, and it's taken a long time to get through OCP.
Okay. The other day I saw in a neighborhood Ward 4 a van that on the back said Ambulet. Is
Yes.
that through the department?
No.
Whose is that?
So that is a private contractor of some sort that either, generally you see them, they're sort of like the Metro Express or whatever that's, at Metro Access. So they take people that have mobility problems or special needs to doctor's appointments or back and forth to back to the hospital or home from the hospital. It's a small little, essentially a ride service that can accommodate a wheelchair or somebody with special needs.
Okay, so it's not currently part of the department to have those smaller vans in your fleet.
No, we're probably as small as we can get. And one of the things we've seen, like with the ambulances in particular, is we transferred from a smaller frame, a sort of a truck frame, either a pickup truck or a van, to the Freightliner or international chassis that we have. Those other ones wouldn't last through the 5 years that we essentially have capital invested in them.
Mhm.
But these last, we're getting 7 to 10 years out of them. Much safer in that sense, much more reliable, much more durable. And the box on the back is the same as was on the other. So while they look bigger, they're no wider and they're just a little bit longer.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess let me ask the fleet question in a slightly different way. Given the maintenance and repair needs and fleet needs of the department as it stands today, do you feel that the money in this proposed budget is everything that you need?
Yes.
Okay.
I think one thing we can say under this administration is we've gotten the money to replace our fleet. And even as the prices have gone up, the funding's gone up. I was an apparatus deputy under a previous administration where the money wasn't there and it wasn't coming. And since this administration comes in, the investment in fleet's been unbelievable.
Great. Thank you. So one of the things that you and I have talked a bit about over the last couple of years is the maintenance of facilities and making sure that they are all in excellent shape for our first responders. I'm happy to see the $9 million allocation for the maintenance of facilities, especially, our 24/7 operations. Can you talk with a little more detail about which facilities are going to be upgraded, renovated, or using this money?
We can send you a report with the details, but generally speaking, it's the first thing it does is deals with emergencies. So a water leak in the middle of the night, we can get a plumber there. HVAC that goes down on a Saturday when it's 100 degrees out, we can get somebody to fix it. We do have a list of kitchens, a list of facilities that are getting new gym equipment, things like that. We can provide that to you.
There's a $1.5 million allocation for a new engine company 15 facility, and it states this project's being fast-tracked because the full design documents were completed in 2012 and require a design firm to update the existing drawing.
Yeah.
What's been the delay for 13 years?
Other priorities. I mean, we moved, we just haven't had the money to do that.
Okay, and where is that engine?
Anacostia, 14th and W Southeast, to foot of the Frederick Douglass House.
Okay, and is that going to be sufficient funding to get that?
To get that started, yeah, it's going to be a $15 or $20 million project.
Okay, so are there additional monies in the out years post-design?
Are there? Not yet. But to get an informed cost of what we need this.
Got
Right?
it.
That's so a lot of our projects, you'll see some money at the beginning. That's trying to get a realistic cost to submit.
I see. Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's talk a little about the O2X human performance contract and kind of where we stand with that and how that's been going.
So O2X has been doing a great job in two areas that I can call out where it's amazing. They are working with all of our new recruits. And if you think about our job, our employees need to be tactical athletes for the entirety of their career. It's not like a professional athlete where you get an off season. It's not like a military unit that rotates in and out and just trains in the off time. Our folks have to come to work every day for 25 years and perform at an extremely high level. So what O2X is really doing at the training academy is teaching our people the basics from day one about how to keep themselves safe and healthy while they exercise, and trying to instill the right mindset for that. The other area that they've been great is the clinic has been referring some of our folks to them for physical therapy. So when you're rehabbing a shoulder after an injury or your back, they go in there and we see a different, they get out of there quicker than if they go to a different physical therapist. It's also one our employees like a little better, provided the location works. There's always more opportunity for us to be in the stations with O2X and getting our current employees doing more. I'm hoping that the new physical assessments that we've added at the clinic will help people better understand where they are, so that they would that our day-to-day workers would take more advantage of the O2X.
Is there funding in this budget to expand that contract?
No,
So will they be able to provide those increases in service with the current
so
rate?
they could. I just need takers, right? I need people to participate.
Okay, but the O2X contract itself is empowered, so to speak, to manage that increase in services.
Yeah. If it were to find a way to, if we were stressing that out, I think we would try and find some other way and talk to some, we would look at that. We're not there yet.
So the contractual services category currently has an increase in the budget of 19.4%, which is about $6.6 million. What is that increased money expected to go towards?
So those are primarily the enhancements for third-party transport, for AMR currently, ambulance billing and cost reporting services, PFCs in there as well. We also did include some inflationary costs just across the board, a lot of our smaller contracts, but really when you look at it, we have three big contracts: the third-party transport, the ambulance billing, and then PFC. So the majority of it's towards that, and that's reflected in the table 5 as well. And those are all mayoral enhancements.
So I know you spoke with some of my colleagues about the PFC contract, and that's something that we've been in conversation with for a while, but the PFC budget was reduced by over $8 million. But then there's another line item later that gives the PFC contract more money. And so can you talk about what that shift is for, and then the one-time enhancement that you provided for in your testimony, just so I can reconcile all those numbers?
No, I am assuming you're looking at some of the data dump stuff. Okay, that's fine. I won't be able to comb through it right now in my head, but very roughly, we did shift some money from local to Medicaid for next year, and some of that was what you saw. So you may see like a reduction in one area and an increase in another. And then in addition, then even more was added when the mayoral enhancement came through. So the net is still an increase. There was some shifting initially from local to Medicaid. I think it was 600,000, something like that. It wasn't much.
Okay.
Yep.
So this came up with our agencies earlier today, and I'll ask, the department, but also if there's someone from OPLA here or listening that I see them in the hallway. We may need some help going through some of these numbers, because this seems to be consistent that there are a number of items that look like they're decreased, but that are appearing in another line item. And so we need to just make sure we have a full, accurate understanding of what's actually being moved around, so that we don't inadvertently re-add something that's already been duplicated elsewhere. So we'll put that out now. This seems to be kind of consistent for all of the agencies in this cluster, and maybe across the board. So anything we can do kind of in partnership with OPLA to make sure we're all on the same page would be helpful. I see a reduction in an FTE for the Labor Relations Office. Do you know if this is a vacant position or?
That was a vacant position.
Okay. Are there any vacancy savings left for the agency?
No. Well, hang on, Dan might have a different answer.
So yeah, still no, but it's so that the budgeted vacancy savings rate for a department this large is 5%. So that's what we've taken. It's included in our response to the council budget office. So we sent in those files yesterday evening. So it may help answer some of your questions. I know what you mean about the ins and outs, and it can get confusing. There are so many scenarios of the budget. So we're happy to work with you guys if you have very specific questions. And I think you apparently have access to a data dump that I may not have seen either. So if we can true that up, that would be great. But I forgot your initial question. Oh, the vacancy savings. Sorry. So right now there's
Well,
about,
for the labor relations office.
oh, labor relations saying, I'm echoing him.
Yeah.
It was a vacancy.
Right.
The vacancy savings right now in operations is about 3.5%. It's about 60 something FTEs. However, almost all of those, if not all of them, are eaten up with an upcoming recruit class in June 2nd. And then we have to hold positions for graduating cadets. So we literally are looking under the couch cushions for positions as soon as, as soon as vacancies become available.
Okay.
They're doing a good job getting them through and hiring them.
That position may pop back up in community or strategy and impacts, like it
Okay.
had been filled over there.
Okay. How are the recruit classes going in terms of numbers?
Oh, we're good. We have a class starting on the 2nd. So next week we met with them last night. Great group of people coming in.
How many is that?
34. 9 of them are paramedics. I don't have any other breakdown on that, but they're getting ready to start a 20-week EMT journey and a 16-week firefighting journey to be set up here. We have a class graduated on the 16th of this past month. So good stuff. We're hiring. We're essentially full right now. We'll have another class late winter when we have the retirements to create that class. And I think it's really important to us to be able to do that.
So are we on track now for about 2 new classes a year?
I think it's going to be 3, but.
Okay, great. Well, if any of you are listening, welcome. That's great to hear.
We got the work that Dan's team has done in finding positions, the recruiting office, the clinic, the suitability board. Everybody that comes through this has been, it's such a team effort to do that it's got to work seamlessly. We should also say that we had over 200 applicants for our cadet program that'll be starting in the fall. They're beginning to take their tests, and we'll hire about 30 of them as well.
Great. There is a decrease in the non-personnel services across several programs. What's leading to those savings?
Generally, we did do some realignments on contracts. So, without specifics, I can look and see, but I know we did some shifting again from local to Medicaid initially. I think you'll see on the table 5, there's like an $800,000 reduction out of local. If that's what you're referencing, then then exactly. Then we did shift that down to Medicaid. And that was, if you noticed, overall, our grant budget increased slightly. And that's what that was. And that's partly the PFC as well that we moved.
So it was more of a move than a reduction.
That's right.
But so, when I testified, and I think wanted to to sum up what happened in our NPS budget is that we took away a one-time multi-million-dollar investment in PPE that we used to catch up, and we put money that money was essentially replaced with money to expand the third-party transport, the PFC contract, and the Digitech contract. So we have this net little increase of a few things to do, maintain PPE purchases, the whole blood program contracts to administer the test, say for the cadets. So it's almost a flat budget, and the things have moved around to where we're actually going to use them.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense because it.
Yeah.
So thank you for that context. How are things going with the nurse triage line?
So, it's a work in progress. I don't, do you get any of our reports on how many people are diverted or things? It's,
Yes, but sometimes with their performance oversight questions, I don't know that we get them on a regular.
yeah, we could do some with it. It's touching 40 to 50 people a day, usually. A little over half of those are OUC, like 911 referrals, and then the other half come from the field. There's still more work it could do, I think. And one of the things we've been thinking about and talking about is using video in the process more, sort of like making it telehealth from the beginning and not just an option. So we're talking to OUC and the provider about that to see what they can do. That's sort of a next generation, couple year out step, but I think it's an important piece of what we're doing. We also are looking at having some of our own physician's assistant and nurses in our opioid program and in our mobile integrated health unit that could also sort of make the utility of NTL even better. So those positions are in classification. We'll sort through that, but I think those are the types of things. It's always going to be a work in progress because healthcare is always changing. It's not going to be static, but I'm satisfied where it is. I know it's just a lot of work.
Sorry, my mic. I'll ask you this as I asked Dr. Diaz. Is there anything else that, from your perspective, you need in this budget?
No, given everything that's gone on, I'm very happy with this budget. Obviously, I have concerns about the impact on our employees, on their wages, and how that's going to go. That is going to be hard for them. So I guess if I have a concern, that's the area.
On the contract itself?
Yes.
Okay, because there's a $2 million savings from a one-time reduction in step increases. Is that a different issue?
So that's what I understand that is that money's being moved from the step increases the budget for that is being moved to a central location, like something like workforce development. We've been sorting through that in the last 48 hours as well. Our employees are getting their step increases. It's a move in money. I'm not sure I completely understand it yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, we will be on a learning journey together then
Yeah,
over the
thank
next
you.
couple of weeks.
I appreciate that.
But thank you again, Chief, for being here today and all that you do throughout the year. Thanks to everybody here, and in the fire and EMS department. We are so grateful for your service. And I will just make a little additional plug, that we have a bill called the DROP Act, that is in the committee of the whole right now that we're hoping we can pass as soon as possible. I'd like to get it passed before summer recess to ensure that our first responders can access their retirement benefits, but still stay on the force. And so hoping to get that over the finish line as soon as possible.
I think that would help them a lot and they would like that. And it's just got to include everybody.
Absolutely. Agreed. Agreed. All right. With that, the time is 1:24 p.m. on the same day that we